I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
You've tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Friday morning, and good morning to our viewers. We have enough packed up for you to keep you going as usual. And thank you so much for joining us. I am Deborah Eze. I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm here with two able gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be, the only female in between two men. No, it should be a privilege for both of you. How do you feel that I'm actually here?
It's
your presence.
The favor is well returned.
All right, I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
I'm Joshua Bassi.
All right, it's been the longest 24 hours. I would like to call it that. The longest 24 hours before today. The whole of Nigeria were actually, on their toes. And when I say the whole of Nigeria, the whole ethnic group were watching, waiting to see, what the judiciary is going to hand over to us. Right. But before we get into that, let's take a look at what we have in our headlines today. And the headlines we have: Nnamdi Kanu sentenced to life imprisonment. We know where Kebbi schoolgirls are, says Kebbi senator. Court lifts asset freeze order against Nestor in $1 billion debt dispute. And South African key rates lowered at first decision under new inflation target. So we're just going to be taking two of the headlines conversation, and the first one being Nnamdi Kanu sentenced to life imprisonment. Is it going to be a day if we don't talk about it?
Well,
of course not.
Other media houses, they are obviously throwing their opinion in the matter. It's only but natural for us also to do the same and probably see if it relates to any business, decline or business increase since we're business television. But let's call it spade, call it what it is. There was no way that this would get to this point without, some jail term that could have been added. I didn't be surprised if they had said, if the judge had said he's now acquitted of all charges. That obviously wasn't part of the option I was looking at. Also, I wasn't expecting life imprisonment. Maybe 10 years or
20 years
or maybe 5 years because he has spent some time in detention.
Amount of time.
But hearing the life imprisonment, and try to justify by saying that normally it should have been death sentence, but since the international court has said that life belongs to, or rather, life is precious and is left for God to handle. However, in his own view, the judge said it will now be life imprisonment. So you begin to ask a simple question, which is, wait a minute, and this is not me trying to canvass for Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just speaking generally. We've had people who have, in many ways, not only shot but also thrown families to major, discomfort by not just taking out breadwinners, but also taking out a whole clan. And those people are still roaming the streets free. Some of them have been, arrested, then rehabilitated, and thrown back into society. And then you have this other gentleman who hasn't pulled a trigger one day to kill anybody, right? Again, like I said, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to converse for him. I'm just looking at it from the angle of what we call balance.
All right.
And broadcasters is only best that we see from that angle.
I hear you, Vali. So, Mr. Bassi, you when it comes to political issues, you're very vast. I'm just going to ask you two questions, actually. The first one, did you see the life imprisonment coming? And do you think this is going to cause security issues, especially for those who are, the Southeast separatists? Do you think this is going to cause issues?
Okay, thanks. Baby, I wasn't expecting life sentence. I didn't see it coming. Honestly, I was thinking that there could be a lesser sentence. Maybe I can 10 years or
something like that.
Yeah, I know really, because these are the issues for the legal people and indeed the judge to actually decide, because whatever it is, judgment are actually based on the case, on the facts that are presented before the judge.
Yeah.
So those are the things that the judge, the lawyers will argue as to say whether the life sentence or maybe even the death sentence, which the judge has said.
Because
decided not to go.
Because such crimes, attracts death sentence.
Just then coming to like imprisonment. But truly speaking, I wasn't expecting a life imprisonment. So I wasn't expecting a life imprisonment. In this case for Nnamdi Kanu, I was expecting to see a lesser sentence. But the judge has decided to do what he has done. So there will be argument back and forth, for and against by the legal minds. None of us here is a lawyer. So we leave them to
to trash through.
Talking about politically, right? And you're asking whether this could bring about
security,
unrest.
I do not really expect that the Southeast should allow this to bring about another round of agitation in that part of the country. The reason is this. In the last several years now, we've seen agitation from the Southeast, especially regarding sit-at-home every Monday. We've seen the damage that has done to the economy of the South. As we speak, there is relative peace, right, in the South. So we are no longer seeing that violent agitation, sit at home, don't go out, you can't go and sell market and all of that. Because at the end of the day, like Opo was arguing, at the end of the day, those things, affect the economy of the South. Right? Of course, at the end of it, then of course the macro economy of the nation, because those little things that people do in the Southeast, whether you are going to Jamaica, you are going to market in Aba, you are buying, you are selling, you are staying by the roadside, and those little economic issues that people are involved in, count for the economy of the South and also count for the Nigerian economy. So I do not expect the people of the South to allow this to cause them to go back to that era where people could not move freely. What I expect now is that the legal aspect of this case has been concluded, so to say. And we've seen the closure because
I think they have 90 days to appeal.
No, that I'm saying. When I say has been concluded, actually we've seen judgment now. Because
unlike the way they dragged it over the years. Yeah.
So we've seen, so to say, a conclusion of it now. I know that there will be an appeal. Of course, the lawyer said yesterday they're going to appeal. I know that if they get to the appeal court and still they're satisfied with the what might come out of the appeal court, they have the right to go to the Supreme Court. But again, beyond all of the legal issues, I've said from the very beginning that the best way, if you ask me, would be a political solution. And I think that that's open for the people of the Southeast and even for the Nigerian government to explore. Because, like Valentine said, truly we've seen people who have gone out there, key people, we've seen in the North where, some individuals have ripped up
the heads of human beings.
And come out to actually boldly say it.
Tore them, take out the child, kill and all of that. And somehow we've seen them reintegrated into, so we've seen, government officials going to sit down with them, negotiate and all of that, even pay them money and all of that. So based on those, people could say, so look, are there two kinds of law weapons? But at the end of the day, I expect that a political solution to the case, like I said, legal has been done, but there's the other one that's still a political solution, which is possible in this case.
Yeah. All right. Let's just move on from that. Like you said, we just have to wait for the 90 days term window that they will actually use to appeal. The second headline we'll be touching today is the Kebbi senators saying that they know where the schoolgirls, that's 25 schoolgirls who were kidnapped, they know where they are. But this just brings a question to me. If you know where they are, why are you not acting?
So it's good that we can ask these questions and hopefully these people are watching. And I will say what I'm about to say as not as a pad, such a way that people can fall and have a soft cushion or soft landing, but just the way it is. Again, politics has its place. Democracy has its place, which is good, right? We have to have, rule of law, you have, due process and all that stuff. But it also has its challenges too. At times like this, when you say, we know where they are, what you're doing right now is you are gaslighting the public. And gaslighting simply means that, look, create a scenario where you will question your own reality. So wait a minute, if you guys know where they are, how come you have moved? So you see the gaslighting now, okay? So you're making us believe that, so you are crying a case of, oh, you're crying wolf, but at the same time, you don't want to be the one to have your hands been stained with blood. Look, if you know where they are, you don't have to tell us that you know where they are. Make moves. And let us see them come back. The truth of the matter, at the end of the day, like I said, politics has its own, positivity, has its own negativity. Same with the whole issue that we're dealing with. They are playing politics with these lives, with the lives of Nigerians. Because truth be told, it's even the same thing with the issue of our first story, right? As much as we can say here on air. Politics at some level has moved from, when it moves from it being political to a tool of entrapment, that's where we have a problem. If they know where they are, simply means that they know the whereabouts of the kind of network those who adopted these kids or who are kidnapped these students They know they're in and out. They know the network that they flow in, which means they're shooting themselves in the foot. So if, for instance, I am Donald Trump, right? Why would I not say Nigeria is a now disgraced country? Why would I say that? Why would I say that? Because you're telling me as a government official, as someone who is well known, that you know where they are. So if you know where they are, right? Which means we've been aware of their network back and forth. So my question is, some certain statements would only open up the stupidity of some certain, states.
Okay. So what do you think about this?
It's just like Valentine
said.
I mean, so if you know where they are, why have we not rescued them?
Yes,
definitely. You're waiting until they
rescue them.
They turn to wives of those people.
And truly speaking, you didn't even need to,
come on, tell us that you know where they are. Yeah.
If you know where they are, assuming the military, the security operatives, whose responsibility it is to go rescue this, assuming they don't know, that you know. I mean, that's that information.
So
they want to rescue these children. So why are you coming to tell Nigerians that, or tell the world that you know where they are, or you say we know where they are? I don't know. He said we.
And the context
is more than himself.
Exactly.
They know where. So tell that just send that information
across,
and then let them go and rescue these children. Days are counting. And in fact, when he actually said that in 1 or 2 days there will be rescues. How many days now?
Of course,
it's 4 days now.
Yes. So days are counting. Before you know, it will be a week, and before you know it, will be counting months.
Politics has been playing with it.
I mean, because we can't be sitting down and say we know where they are. You put yourself in the shoes of the parents of this girl. If it's where your children, assuming your daughter was part of those who have been kidnapped, would you just be sitting down as a privileged person? I know. So please let them go and rescue these children. We don't want a situation where it will become like the one of a Chibok.
That's almost how many years now.
I wanted to ask, are you sure that's not what we're looking at again? I'm sure we're not seeing a part 2.
So they say lightning doesn't strike in one place twice. But in this case, it looks as if that particular thing.
That's what is happening. That's what's happening.
One of the things is that I've also noticed that those in government in Nigeria, they talk anyhow.
They're reckless with their words. Yeah.
So I expect that those people in government, the way they talk, sometimes I ask myself, really,
do they have blood running through their veins? And then
they talk very carelessly. This is not the kind of information you need to drive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If they know where they are, they should keep quiet, because now you say you know where they are. Those who have actually perpetrated this crime will change their location and make it more difficult.
Like you said, I agree with you. It's just gaslighting. I don't think they know where they are. And I want to start a discourse, but we are pressed for time. But I just want a yes or no from both you and Mr. Bassi. Do you think the audacity that these bandits have is more politically backed?
So the answer, look, without thinking twice, is yes.
What do you think, Bassi?
No, it's yes, sure.
Yes, you think you have that opinion, all right. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be taking a look at what the headlines of each dailies is saying. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and also joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is
Onyeka Valentine and Joshua Bassi.
All right, now let's go into it. We're going to be starting off with the Business Day newspaper, of course, our sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, farmers chasing urban profits, fuel food inflation in rural Nigeria. Farmers chasing urban profits, fuel food inflation in Nigeria. And we can find that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have terrorism, Kanu sentenced to life imprisonment a decade after arrest. Kanu sentenced to life imprisonment a decade after life arrest, and the writer there said to be held in protective custody. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have revamping Nigeria's insurance sector. NICOM drives NIRA 2025 to revive insurance sector. That story is also on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. All right, the big story there, farmers chasing urban profit, fuel food inflation in rural Nigeria. Don't you think this is more of not really it? And this is like moving us away from what the real issue is?
Yeah, that story is an interesting story, actually. But you know, there are reasons why
the rural farmers.
Yeah, because you know it is in the urban centers
that they have to bring in
the markets to see, and then you have people who have the capacity financially to buy the farm produce, and so farmers realizing that you have the market in the urban centers. Okay, so let's go and sell there, and it's very true. And I will give you an example. But let me say this. There are middlemen, really, who go to the rural areas where the farms are where they produce these things and actually buy off the entire thing and then move them to the urban areas where they sell at far higher,
price
margin than what ordinarily the farmers could have sold, within the locality. There's a community in Cross River State, and I know this because I have my people who stay there. It's a farm community, and they do serious farming there. Palm oil production, plantain production, cassava. Is a farm settlement, and they do heavy farming. So, if you go to that community, I'm going to use example just to support what the story that BusinessDay has done today. Palm oil, that you would have thought that because this is a place where it is being, milled, you would have thought that palm oil should be cheaper in that community.
Yeah.
But no, it is higher. The price of palm oil in that community is higher than what we buy in the city.
Ridiculous.
So how does this happen? There are people who go there, buy the whole thing, and move them.
Then the people in the community now have to rebuy.
Yes, yeah. That's exactly.
Well,
so
it's
that's the picture. That's the picture of the story that business has painted today. Exactly.
Now,
and there are farmers who also think that, look, rather than sell in this place, because really you have people may not want to buy at the price that the farmer is, because the farmer too want to make money. He or she has toiled and then done all that they needed to do. Yes, harvest time. He wants to make money, right? And so, I mean, if you put the produce within the community, and the people are not really coming to buy at the price that the farmer is offering, because one, they do not also have enough money compared to those who stay in the city. And so the farmer realized that, look, the best place to go sell is the urban city, urban areas. So they find a way to move those things there, move it away from the community where the locals could have bought at a cheaper price. So exactly what is happening.
This just reminds me of when Nigeria was actually like sending in oil to now rebuy.
Exactly. When we were set to have given the seed into
also,
what was the country now?
I can't remember the country, but
Malaysia. Yes.
They now bring it back.
So we are now buying, we are now importing palm oil from Malaysia.
In the 80s, these Malaysians came to Nigeria, right? As tourists just came to see, okay, what can they invest in? And they mistakenly stumbled on the fact that, wait a minute, there is palm kernel and palm produce in Nigeria. These people just took part of our soil to go see, can this actually work when back there in Malaysia? And it did. And now they are major exporters of this thing. But I was just going to weigh into this matter of farmers, seeking the urban areas to make money. You wouldn't blame them, like you rightly said. Also, there's a flip side to it. If farmers continue, right, moving to the urban areas with their produce, what we will experience is that industry of haulage, that industry of transportation, transporting this, agricultural produce to the urban areas, that is an industry.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, now that industry will suffer some blows because they will cut those middlemen off. Those people who actually are into agribusiness, they're not farmers, they are agribusinessmen. Will now realize we're being cut off out of this thing. So I think this is where, stakeholders meeting is quite important. Those who regulate that agricultural sector, probably to the Minister of Agriculture, just come together and say, look, can we make sure that the farmers are making their money? At the same time, the other agribusiness people who obviously know how to network with these states are also making their money. It's like he's saying the man who has the land that wants to sell or has a house that wants to sell has now moved from the seller of the house to now the broker of the house and also the real estate. At some point, some other people who earn a living will be cut off. So I'm not saying that them wanting to come to the urban areas to sell is the bad thing, but I'm saying that they shouldn't cut off those middlemen because those ones too are relying on that in between to make their money.
I think Everything is for profit. Why do I need a middleman if I can access the urban market myself?
No, but the point still is that there are middlemen who still go. It's just about a case of the middlemen going to the farm settlement, okay, to buy off this farm produce and actually bringing them to the urban areas. It's as if, there are farmers who are also on their own trying to also move their produce to the urban centers where they can sell at a higher profit and make money. Like I said, it's all about making money. It's all about money. It's all about profit. So so there are some who cannot because they don't have the means to move those. So they still rely on on the middlemen. It's as if the middlemen are completely cut off in the value chain. That's still there. Because
that ecosystem needs to flow such a way that there's balance and there's checks and balance. Otherwise, what you see is the people who actually own huge industries that need those local products to make soap, the soap industries, the soap manufacturers and all, and those who actually do all they create byproducts of it, will capitalize on it and say, you know what, since there's no longer middlemen, let's now make sure these people who are the ones farming and they're getting this thing out from the ground, let's press them down, right? Let's see a way of, quote and unquote, break through that idea of, okay.
Valenta is always seeing the future. When it comes,
it's just like it's just that the consequence actually now is that we now have inflation in the rural area.
That's another thing.
Being higher than usually it used to be the other way around. You find cheaper things in the rural areas, especially farm produce. Because that it is in the rural area that the farm, actually that people get into farming and all of that. But we now have a situation where, because what's happening now is that when you bring this thing down, we have sort of a clot of it. We have more of it, and then that where you have simple economies, that where you have more surplus. When you have surplus of surplus goods, the price will definitely reduce.
But when there is less,
where you have less, because there are people looking for it, and so that's what's happening now. So it's a change of what we used to have. But I think that we should find a way to help the people in the rural areas. Yes. Just kind of strike a balance, because we also know that the people in the rural areas don't really have as much when it comes to financial capacity. So there should be a way that they should be taken into consideration. Maybe the farmers themselves should make sure that they have enough in the rural areas, where they also bring in. So don't just bring everything to the urban centers, thereby leaving people in the rural areas to begin to look for what to buy. There's a need to create a balance, but I don't know who's going to create that balance. When it is government, there's a way government can come in to find a way to create that balance. Maybe the farmers themselves or the middlemen themselves should find a way to just create that balance, such that the people in the rural areas do not suffer because farm produce are moved to urban centers. We want to make money. There should be a balance.
Well, to get a hook of that story, you can grab yourself a copy of the BusinessDay newspaper. That story is on page 30, so you can see and read for yourself. Now we move to the Vanguard newspaper. Let's take a look at what the Vanguard newspaper is saying.
Okay, so for the Vanguard, their stories were already cumbersome with, but let's quickly just run through. At the top, it says Nigeria's entrepreneurship index rises to 0.47 points. That report you can see in page 19 of the Vanguard. It says Nigeria's entrepreneurship index rises to 0.47 points. And also behind that, or rather below that, it says, as congressmen, in fact, you actually will want to join both stories together, but it says, as Congressman Riley met Ribadu, security chiefs in Washington, U.S. Congress highlights alleged Christian genocide in Nigeria. Page 3, you can see the details of that one there. Eruku, church attack, patterns of targeted violence now clear, says Khan. Says pattern of targeted violence now clear. That is the church. We all know that got attacked. We all know got attacked the last time. Eruku, I keep calling it Erukuku. Eruku, church attack. There's nothing to smile about because people died and some were also kidnapped. So as much as we don't have a long face on TV, we must find a subtle way of making people know that, look, for what it's worth, we're also human beings too, right? So our heart goes to those people, their families, and the government needs to do something to really get these people back. Those who are kidnapped. So that's it. Page 4. It's really is. It's a painful thing. All right. So the major one here says, again, like I said, we already touched this one about Nnamdi Kanu. It says court jails Nnamdi Kanu for life. All right. Court jails Kanu for life. And there it says terrorism. Court jails Kanu for life. And the picture there on TV, you could see Nnamdi Kanu, leader of indigenous people of Biafra. That's IPOB. In the middle. At the page, of course, you have the Federal High Court. All this happened in the Federal High Court in Abuja during his sentencing by Justice James Motoshaw. I know in that video, I don't know if you guys saw it, so you could see Nnamdi Kanu, was quite ferocious and very angry, throwing fingers at the judge, saying, Motoshaw, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. Prove to me. So at some point, I'm not trying to be emotional, but at some point, the man too also is a lawyer too. He understands legal proceedings like in Nigeria.
Who is a lawyer?
Well, he has legal.
Nnamdi Kanu is not a lawyer.
I know. When I say he's a lawyer, I'm not saying that he was called to the bar. I mean to say the way and manner he has a way of defending himself. Right?
No, he can't defend. No, there's no way. Yeah, he doesn't. He's not a lawyer. I mean,
of course.
For me, I think it was a very wrong move for him to have, disband his legal team, and then they decided to argue the case for himself. I think that it was, for me, I remember when this happened, I sort of tweeted, I said, look, I mean, this is not the right thing for him to do. I mean, he could still have allowed his lawyers to argue the case for him, because the point is that no matter how, because it's going to court in and out. Probably look, if you are not a lawyer, you are not a lawyer.
Which is why
these lawyers have a way of maneuvering and then arguing their case in such a way. I really know that's not just.
I don't think the Nnamdi Kanu case has to do with lawyer or no lawyer, because from what I watched, it was just a case of a criminal knowing the law than the people who are supposed to read the law.
I know both of you. I know both of you appreciate the sarcasm I came with.
Yeah.
When I said I'm a lawyer, you know where I'm coming from.
It's just like the criminal understanding the law well. So
it's part of those rhetorics.
But it's okay. I mean, it's in recent times, really, is behavior in the courts has not been good enough.
We're not going to take away the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is reckless when it comes to words. We're not going to take away that fact. And I think being reckless, you can't be an activist, you can't be an agitator without being reckless. I think it comes with who he is. Really. But I think we shouldn't use that as a yardstick to actually, call somebody. For you to actually tell someone that, oh, you're a criminal and this is what your judgment is going to be, that shouldn't be a yardstick at all. We should be able to operate within the law. So if with everything that happened yesterday, myself and many other people can agree with me that we do not agree with some of the things that were actually passed yesterday, especially the sentencing. So I think he being reckless, he being who he is, has really nothing to do with the case. That's my
actually I agree with you, but again, I mean, a court is also a place where what they call contempt of court. I mean, there's a way you behave in a court, and then you'll be held in contempt. So a court is a place where there's a reason why they say my lord, my lord, my lord, even when what is being dished out to you is not fair, you don't consider it fair. I mean, you still say yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. There's a reason. I mean, just to bring about orderliness, decorum, and all of that. A court is not a place where you go and then begin to
allow your emotions to rise.
No matter what it is, you just accept it. But there's always a room, even if a case you are not. I mean, if a case is not in your favor, you allow it be, because of course there's always the next thing to do, which is appeal. You are not. You feel that the judge is not being fair to you. It's okay. You take it. You appeal. And that's why I'm saying that, you see, a lawyer will not do those, his lawyers will not do some of those things. I'm not saying whatever it is. I know that there could be some whether sentiment or not, the point still remains is that his lawyer won't behave inside the court the way himself.
So
that's the point I'm trying to make. So at the end of the day, the lawyer understands that if the case does not favor him or does not favor his client, he has an option.
So what happened with him was,
he has an option, and that the option is that you appeal the case.
The way I see it, at some point, right, he realized, wait a minute, it's better to run what we call, throw the
it has happened. That I know what's going to happen.
Exactly. So throw the coin in the water of wishes. Hopefully, it will hit something instead of allowing somebody else to run the affairs that will determine his life moving forward. Now, that was a risk that he took. Was it worth it? Well, we've seen the outcome already. However, in this case, like I said, let's see how it will unfold. There's still room to appeal, right? That's why you have that gradual movement from court to court. Number one, and if you appeal from the Supreme Court. Let's hope that before he gets to Supreme Court, if I try to get there, right, he'll be able to rethink and bring different, maybe bring more people down to his own, own from a business.
What other story at the Vanguard?
We have Shep over here. Awolowo is dead. Page 6. Of course, his grandson, Shep Awolowo is dead. Page 6. You can see that. Our condolences goes to the family, right?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that that's the grandson of Awolowo. That is the son of the first son of Awolowo, who also died, in his early some years ago. So
I mean, they call death is for everyone. So unfortunately, we see this. He doesn't look that old, though. Doesn't look that old.
Correct. Can we see more?
Oh well. So that's it. And
so,
down here,
about I don't know if we've talked about the Eruku.
We have already. Mentioned already.
Yeah, I think the Eruku story is what happened in the Kwara State where this bandits invaded the church, adopted worshippers, I think in the process killed 2 or 3 people, and then
I think
I think about 2 or 3 people were shot dead in the process, and then they are.
We saw an old lady running for her life.
Yes, adopted the rest, and so they are demanding a ransom of is it 1 million each? 100 million in naira for each of the I think about 30 something of them that they adopted. So they are demanding 100 million naira per head, which is quite I don't know where. So the question is that who is going to pay this money?
The old woman that could not even walk by herself.
Yeah. So you can see the level of wickedness we have, and this is the reason why the federal government of Nigeria must come very, very hard on these bandits, because they are running riot all over the place.
Very quickly, it might come as a shocker, but shouldn't shock people at home. I think this whole issue of banditry should not even see the light of day based on legal proceedings if they are arrested. Like I said, it would come as a shocker. Look, when times become desperate measures should be applied. You catch them and they say, yes, they admit that they are terrorists, shoot them. Because, the more we keep petting this matter back and forth, the more we are plunging the nation into darker times. Don't forget in a hurry, we are in an age of social media where the whole world is watching, and not just watching, they're actually criticizing what's going on. Nicki Minaj, who is not the politician, who is not in any way, is a musician, actually said that she likes what Donald Trump is doing by having his laser beams on Nigeria because of the Christian genocide going on. Can you imagine what that means? Which means that if someone at that level, who is an artist, loved by many, is tilting that direction, what do you think our followers will do? That's the power of influence, which is why we must be very careful not to let this thing get out of hand. Already, it's out of hand, but it's not totally out of the room.
I'll need you to hold your thoughts. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll take a look at what the Guardian newspaper is saying. Just stay with us.
a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial.
Welcome back. This is still the newspaper review of the BusinessDay television breakfast show. And of course, before we went on that break, we were talking about the Kwara State bandit invasion in the church in Eruku local government area. We now then turn our focus to the cartoon of the day as we wrap up the newspaper review. And the cartoon of the day today, let's look at the illustration. We have G20, that's a calendar, that's a table calendar, and we have the G20. We know that G20, the president was supposed to fly on Friday, but because of the attack in the church, he decided not to jet for the G20. So we have the G20 and we have the president's head, and also we have another equals G20 without the president, meaning the summit 2025 it's not going to be missed.
So we have an
with
image
or without the president.
We don't know which image that is actually. Do we know?
Why do you keep saying you don't know what's in front of you?
Because it's a cartoon, really. It's a cartoon, and there are no names to it. I'm thinking.
Okay. So for me, it just means without,
so we have
without
Valentine's
the president.
So we have Valentine's Feast.
I know you want to go into politics, but you should try somewhere else to put your shot. So for me, this is just with or without the president, the G20 summit is going to hold. Now that would actually question why we had 425 people in attendance and the monies that was actually attached to these people attending the summit. So if without you and the people who are supposed to attend, the G20 is still going to hold, why do we have to put so much emphasis, so much money into a summit that really would not even notice your presence? Or they just say by words that, the president of Nigeria, no representative of Nigeria is here due to what is going on in the country.
So, very quickly, right? If, for instance, we didn't have that issue that happened, which came as an excuse for him not to travel, let me tell you, he could have traveled, that money would be spent, and believe it or not, if he needs to travel next week again, he will travel again. If he had chosen not to travel, it could have been a bigger blow. But that's money that was carved out for that movement is still being spent.
Master, do you agree?
100%.
I think so. But again, we want to say that for the president to have canceled his trip to South Africa for the G20 summit is something that is normal. It should be okay. I mean, it would have been too bad if he had left the country at the time that a brigadier general of the Nigerian army was captured and shot dead by terrorists. I mean, something that broke our heart as a people. Then we saw what happened in the Kwara State at the time that the United States, particularly President Trump, is putting pressure and telling the Nigerian government to stop the killing of Christians, which we have been denied. Even though we deny, but we know that the reality is the fact that we can't really truly deny the fact that there have been targeted killings of Christians in some part of this country. And so we saw what happened in Kwara State, where the bandit went into a church, took some women away. I mean, like I said, a number of people were, 2 or 3 people were killed. And then, so if the president had tried, would have been just, the optics would have been too bad. But it's good that he stayed back. I mean, meaning that, look, there are bigger things to handle here. whatever this summit is going to discuss, look, our internal problem, we need to solve it first. Because, like I've always argued, if any government cannot secure lives and property of the people, you are as good as nothing. Because that is the primary function, the primary responsibility of government anywhere in the world. And so it's good that the president didn't go. I mean, but now that he's saying he should do as much as he should do. I mean, get the security. It's good that we hear that the president has ordered the chief of, the minister of defense to move to
Kebbi.
Kebbi, to move to Kebbi. I mean, to relocate to Kebbi. Those are the kind of things we want to hear, we want to see.
All right,
let them move. I mean, they are being paid by taxpayers' money. Don't just be comfortable. Don't allow them to be comfortable sitting in that place. Go to where these things are happening. Stop it. We don't want this killing. It's too much of it. And I think that the president has done well. We need more of these orders. Let him give them orders, and then. But again, just before, as we write, I think that there's a story in Guardian. So just a moment that we didn't take. U.S. lawmakers question Nigeria's will capacity to cope. I mean, I mean, really, yeah. I mean, it's not out of order if the question, because this thing has been going on. But that's why I'm saying that it's good that the president is now talking, and he should talk tough, and then give the directive to those who has a responsibility.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bassi and Valentine, for your insight this morning.
Always there.
All right, thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is Business Money, which will be anchored by myself. Just stay tuned. welcome to the Business Morning segment on The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. My name is Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Thursday sentenced Biafra agitator Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment for acts of terrorism. Trial judge James Omotosho, who convicted Kanu on all 7 charges, says he ought to sentence him to death given the gravity of the convict offences and lack of remorse, but for scriptural precaution to be merciful. Omotosho says he drew on the book of Matthew in the Bible to commute Kanu's punishment to life imprisonment instead of death penalty, sentencing the convict to life imprisonment for counts 1, 4, 5, and 6 instead of death sentence. The judge ordered that the sentence should run, ruling that he should not be allowed to use digital devices and be kept in protective custody. Commenting on Kanu's conduct during trial, which dated back to 2015, Omotosho revealed that he noted Kanu's unruly behavior since the start of the case to date, including during Thursday's proceedings when he aggressively maintained that the court could not proceed to deliver the scheduled judgment. And moving on, the senator representing Kebbi South, Garba Maidoki, says he is optimistic that the female students abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School, MAGA, will be rescued within days. Speaking on Wednesday during an interview, Maidoki said intelligence gathered so far indicates that the abductors are still within the senatorial district. The lawmaker described the attack, which led to the killings of the school's vice principal, as the most distressing moment of his political career. Maidoki noted that improving security was the foremost promise of his campaign, stressing that it will work closely with the federal and state governments to ensure the children returned safely. And still on, the Federal High Court in Lagos on Thursday set aside a sweeping Moreva injunction that had frozen the assets of Nest Oil Limited, its affiliates, and key directors over an alleged $1 billion debt. Justice Daniel Osiago vacated the order after the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court reassigned the case from Justice Dende Dikbeolu to his courtroom. Osiago had on October 22nd granted a far-reaching asset freeze order against Nestoy Nekonde Energy Limited and the company's principal promoters Enes Azudialu OBJC and Nena OBJC, barring the defendants from accessing funds, shares or assets held in more than 20 banks and financial institutions. The earlier order also authorized First Trustees Limited and Ebi Enquest Merchant Bank Limited, representing a consortium of creditor banks, to take possession of Nest Oil assets under receivership. Justice Osiago's ruling lifts the asset restrictions, effectively reversing the receivership powers previously granted. And to end the news, South Africa's central bank cut its main lending rate by 25 basis points to 6.75% on Thursday at the first meeting since its inflation target was lowered, easing concerns that the new target will prevent it from cutting rates. The decision by members of the bank's Monetary Policy Committee was unanimous as Governor Lesetja Kanyayago revealed that members agreed there was scope now to make the policy stance less restrictive in the context of an improved inflation outlook. According to reports, South Africa was removed from a grey list of countries subject to increased monitoring for illicit money flows. Its sovereign credit rating was upgraded by S&P Global, and its media budget review was well received by investors. Still to come after the break, analyzing tax reform regime in Nigeria. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move on to our first conversation this morning. We take a closer look at Nigeria's ongoing tax reform regime, a key part of government's efforts to boost revenue, simplify the tax system, and reduce the burden on businesses. With the work of the Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, we've seen moves towards streamlining multiple taxes, improving digital compliance, and redefining the roles of federal and state authorities. But questions remain about how much progress has been made, how the reforms are affecting businesses and households, and what gaps still needs to be addressed. To help us break this down, we've been joined by Abigail Additional. She's a research and insight analyst at Snorenberger Financial Group. Good morning, Abigail. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you for having me.
All right, now let's set the stage. What, in your view, are the most significant tax reforms currently underway in Nigeria?
Right. So the current tax reform recently, right? We had four tax reform bills which were signed into, and majorly those four were, we had the Nigerian Tax Act, we had the Tax Administration Act, we also had the Nigerian Revenue Service Act, and not to forget to mention the Joint Revenue Tax Code Act, right? But majorly, also seeing that the core of all of this and the main thing that the government is trying to do with all of this, right, is to target, to widen the tax bracket and also to protect low-income earners, and most importantly, to also bring fairness into the tax system, particularly with the progressive tax system, right, that they have with this new tax reform. And you see that with the Personal Income Tax Act, right? With the adjustment that was made in the PAT, where anybody earning an income less than 800,000 is quite tax-free, right? And then there's a progressive one after that. Truth be told, we've actually always had a progressive tax system, but there's a lot of adjustment. A lot of adjustment has been made to that, right? We also have, the uniformity in the corporate taxes, which also aligns with the capital gains tax and all of those things. And some further uniformity, bringing in development levy at 4%, which also rules out some, small taxes that we used to have before. So those are great and significant changes that comes into play with this new tax reform that's to be effective in January 2026.
This phase of reform differ from previous attempts at restructuring Nigeria's tax system?
Oh yes, it's quite different, because what we had before, before we usually have the tax act to just be amended a little, there'll be some tweaks to something, adjust the rate, adjust the tax base and all of those things. But now we have structural changes to things. I mean, now we have the Nigerian Revenue Service Act, right, repealing what we had before, which is the Federal Inland Revenue Service Act, which established the FRS that we had, or that we currently have in this current regime, right? So that's supposed to unify the system. So this particular reform is quite structural, right? It goes deeper into some foundational issues compared to the head level adjustments that we used.
Abigail, do we still have you?
Yes, you do.
All right. Okay, so let's now move our focus to revenue mobilization and also fiscal goals. And Nigeria is seeking to raise the tax to GDP ratio to match global standards. How realistic is this target under the current reform regime?
To be honest, in the short term, we may not see improvement in the tax GDP ratio, particularly because if you look at this tax reform that is to be effective come January 2026, you'd see that a lot of people have been exempted, particularly low-income earners have been exempted from the tax bracket, and like I said earlier, we now have a more progressive tax system. So we have the revenue might somewhat increase And if you also see the CGT, the clarity that was made in the CGT by Taiwo Idile, you also see that they are relying largely on self-assessment, which might not be really effective in the short term. So the tax to GDP ratio might be little, right? Might not see improvement in that in the short term. But of course, in the medium to long term, we hope to see more improvement in that, particularly because looking at the effect of the effect of the rebasing on GDP. I mean, our GDP has now grown from 300 to the nominal GDP, from 300, to about 400, nominal GDP. So that gives us a good edge. GDP would actually grow on base of the rebasing and also, economic growth. But the tax itself, in the short term, might be minimal. But in the mid to long term, we hope to see a good improvement in all of that.
All right, so which sector do you think holds the biggest potential for improved revenue generation?
For the sectors, I would like to answer that question from the point of the input tax, from the input VAT that we now have. The VAT is still 7.5%, right? But a slight adjustment was made to the input VAT. Before now, the input VAT was just covered a bit of things, but now companies can now do a deduction of an immediate 7.5% savings on their capital and operational expenditure, which does a lot of good for companies such as companies in the manufacturing sector, even companies in the construction sector, right? It helps them a lot. That means that if they buy or if they purchase a fixed asset, or if they use the service of a professional, they can do an immediate 7.5% saving on all of that, which is refundable or offsettable, with the new input VAT, which will also help them to improve their working capital, right? These are good thing for all these capital intensive sectors, like I said, the manufacturing, even somewhat align the telecommunication, the telcos as well, construction companies, capital intensive companies, to really help them. So we see that that should improve their top line, their revenue, and also boost them in some sort of business. As a matter of fact, the macros are also in their favor, with inflation slowing down, because we have inflation at 16.05%, inflation slowing down, MPR also increasing, MPC would have their meeting next week Tuesday, all of that also are in their favor. So those 2 or 3 major sectors. Yeah.
All right. Let's look at ease of doing business and compliance. Many businesses complain that compliance remains cumbersome. So are the ongoing reforms addressing the burden of multiple taxation across states and also the local government?
Yes, with respect to ease of doing business and compliance, like I said earlier, particularly for the CGT or the capital gains tax, one of the things that was mentioned in that clarity that was put out by the chairman, Mr. Taiwo Idile, was that they would rely more, but self-assessment is encouraged, although there will be some deductions from brokers and all of those things. So seeing ease of doing business, right, would come mostly for small businesses, because we see a lot of exemptions or some sort of tax-free some form of tax-free things going on for small businesses and also for low-income earners. So that ease of doing business should come from that perspective. Yes.
All right, so how do you think technology, particularly digital tax system, improves compliance for both SMEs and large corporations?
Over time, we've had we currently have some form of digital system to our tax presently, but it definitely can be better, right? Where we have it and that's also made work easier for what we have currently, which is FRS themselves, and also the tax administrators at the state level. So that has also helped, and also bringing into that should help to automate the processes. digital system will help automate the process, help free up some work even for the government officials themselves. I know that we've seen or we've heard, and that should also reduce the cases of the corruption that we've heard, hearing about tax officers, playing some form of game with revenue that comes from taxes as well. So digitalizing all of these things should help, help automate the processes, help, reduce the work in some way for the tax officers themselves, and also, of course, help to curb, corruption, like I said earlier, in the case of the tax officials.
All right, let's now move to the subnational tax issues. Now, double and multiple taxation remains a major challenge or major challenges at the subnational level. So what reforms are needed to harmonize tax administration across the states?
We already have that ongoing with this tax reform that is going to be effective come January 1st, 2026. Particularly with, if you check, you see that we now have a 4% development levy, and we had some form of, electronic tax, electronic levy, and all of this, and all of those other, small taxes, have been taken away and then replaced by the development levy and some other ones like that. So that's some form of easing into it, that we've seen as well, or some uniformity. And also, double taxation can also be avoided from the point of view of, now we are going to have Nigeria Revenue Service Act, or Nigeria Revenue Service, right, which is going to, cancel the Federal Inland Revenue Service that we have or that we currently have. So that is set to, unify things, give us a centralized database system, such that now we're going to have Nigeria Revenue Service, right, which will replace Federal Revenue Service, and that will feed into the tax system that we have in the states. So having a unified database system where they know that, so and so person has paid this tax somewhere and does not have to pay that again subsequently. So if that can work, having a unified database should actually help avoid cases of double taxation or multiple taxes and all of those things. So that uniformity, if you can see that really play out or take charge or take effect, right, the way it should be, that should help sort out that double taxation issues.
All right, and finally, Abigail, before I let you go, if you had the opportunity to recommend one immediate change to improve Nigeria's tax environment, what would it be?
I had the opportunity to implement something, definitely be effective education or providing very, very good form of clarity in respect to the tax reform or all of these things to the citizens or to an average person in Nigeria, really. Because what we saw on the Nigerian exchange on Tuesday, on the 11th of November 2025, last week, where we saw the equities market, losing as much as over 5% in a single day, it was definitely it was definitely on the back of lack of clarity, people not understanding, and investors do not know what will be the tax base, when will it be charged. It was after that we now got more clarity, knowing what the tax base would be for when people dispose or sell off their equities. So such things would not have happened or wouldn't have happened if we had more clarity, giving further clarity to the capital gains tax, such as telling us the dates or the comparison, saying that your acquisition cost, your cost, right, will be the higher of what it is at 31st December and also at 31st December and what it is as at the date you acquired it. So that is some form of fairness. So if I had the chance to change something, definitely be clarity, education, because a lot of people do not or might not understand the big grammars or big English that are in the Gazette or that in the official tax tax. So clarity and education will be.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show, Abigail Adeshina. She's a research and insights analyst at Northern Financial Group. Thank you so much for your time. All right, still to come after the break, the EU-Africa Economic Partnership, new opportunities for Nigerian businesses. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning. Now let's turn our focus to the second conversation, food today. We turn our attention to the evolving economic relationship between the European Union and Africa and what it means for Nigerian businesses. The EU-Africa Economic Partnership aims to deepen trade, investment, and development cooperation across the continent, with a focus on improving market access, supporting industrial growth, and strengthening value chains. For Nigeria, the partnership presents potential opportunities in manufacturing, agriculture, digital services, and renewable energy, but it also raises important questions about competitiveness standards and the readiness of local industries to take advantage of these openings. Joining us now to discuss the emerging prospect and the challenges is Musa Sanusi Hamad. He's the principal trade media company. Good morning, Sanusi. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you for having me.
All right, to begin, can you briefly explain the EU-Africa Economic Partnership and its main objectives?
Okay, principally, we have to go back to the history whenever we are to discuss about the EU-Europe-Africa relationship, which is pre-colonial era, anything before 15th century. This relationship of that era is the most fair and is the most mature relationship between Europe and Africa in human history till date. And then to the explorative era, which is the 15th to 18th century, whereby there are a lot of exploration by a lot of European explorers and exploration of East India companies, British Royal India companies, who basically they are the colonies who are exploring Africa as a business, as a collective of individuals and investors who are investing in exploring Africa. And down to the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885, which Walter Rodney in his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, have said quite a lot about how all this Africa were disintegrated between the Portuguese, who are basically the explorers of the 15th to 18th century, then the Dutch, the British, the French, after the Napoleon Hill Revolution, then all other people like the Germans who come late into Africa as a business. Then we have to start discussing post-colonial relationship, economic relationship, and we have to look into the first of its kind, the Yaoundé Conventions, which basically the Yaoundé Convention was the first economic relationship between Europe, or the economic community of European Economic Community, and Africa. And the Yaoundé relationship started in the 1963 down to 1969, and it has not resulted in any economic or industrial benefit for Africa. Then the Africans start rebelling, and then the The Lomé Convention started, where I promised a lot of reciprocity, a lot of investment, a lot of aid. And the Lomé Convention still, for almost over 25 years of its existence between 1965 to almost 2000, have not resulted in anything, something tangible. It continues the legacy of colonialization, and there is no economic development, and they start reveling. And we already know that since from the Yaoundé Agreement, already there is World Bank, IMF, and all this European and Western infrastructure that were designed to favor them, not designed to favor Africans. And later on, the Cotonou Convention, which is basically one of the modern and WTO-backed initiative that promised reciprocity, that promised market access, that promised economic development, that promised funding, that promised foreign direct investment, and promised migration access, whereby our skilled labor individual who cannot find a favorable platform locally can go to Europe and commercialize their skills. And that relationship has not resulted in something still beneficial, industrial, like it's dilapidated African economy. And then Africans think that, okay, we have to think further. And that is when the AFA arrangement, the economic partnership started. And the economic partnership agreements that started between 2010 and upward to 2020, when the COVID-19 reset the world, a lot of Africans realized that they were not secured. They didn't have any tangible thing or safety net. They didn't have a financial bedrock to pull it back when there is reset like that one. Then another new negotiation started to maturize the APA. Then another large frame for the Europeans still as means at securing themselves personally. They started the EU partnership, economic partnership between EU and the Organization of African, Caribbean, and the Pacific States, which that agreement, which is basically the Samoa Agreement, it takes almost 3 years in negotiations, and it's concluded in November of 2023. And since then, there are a lot of engagement. And of recent in September, I think it is there is talks between Nigeria, which involve the trade and investment dialogue between senior officials of Nigeria and the European EU individuals, and which resulted in a lot of conversation. And with the recent development going on in the US, it's bring back the European, both Europe's and Nigeria and other African countries attention to see how they can benefit their economy. And businesses in Africa, with all this history and the legacy that comes through, most of the time, one of the biggest challenges, excluding the pre-colonial era, which is like anything before 15th century, there is no competitiveness. They don't have the resources, they don't have the workforce, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the intelligence, information intelligence to be competitive. No matter what, if you don't have the competitiveness, both from the policy security angle and again from the other angle, which is the workforce, the manpower, the technicalities, and the resources to empower yourself, is very hard. And also you can think of the compliance and certifications by African exporters, individuals in the tech sector, individuals in the fintech sector, individuals in the B2B or e-commerce businesses. All of them, they are struggling with compliances. And no government in Nigeria, as we speak today, is making sure that, okay, how can we partner with, let's say, okay, NACIMA to simplify compliance and certification? Or okay, we need to consult the NLC or the TUC. Like all of them, we are not doing enough to do that. Okay, all the engineers in Nigeria, all the medical association, who there are a large exodus of them to Europe, or the nurses and midwife association, how can we consult them to see that even when they are going, it results in some local investment, development into, so we just let things be and keep looking for avenues to borrow money instead of developing businesses locally and empower them. There is no avenue. You see that in the last since COVID-19, we are experiencing large chunk of flooding in the country, which affected our agricultural production. We are experiencing a lot of droughts. We can't even farm outside of the rainy season in large parts of the Nigeria, which affects our major economy outside of local
All right,
business
Sanusi.
which is
I
exported.
would like you to hold that thought because we would like to move forward to other questions. Some analysts worry about increased competition from European firms. Is this a valid concern for the Nigerian industries?
Yes, it's not just valid, it's a significant concern of high priority, because just like I mentioned, if you don't have access to large chunk of resources to develop yourself, to package yourself, to brand yourself, and make yourself competitive in the global market, nothing can happen. Like as we speak today, there are most of the buildings, construction going on in Nigeria, they're not using Ngoti. Most of the elite buildings, they're not using Ngoti, or they are not using Boa. They export that thing from Europe. I'm talking of cement. And if you are talking about consumer goods, there are a lot of consumer goods. The wealthy Nigerians are not eating consumer goods made in Nigeria because lack of proper branding and marketing. So significantly, most of these firms, if you take, for example, in the finance world, most of these firms were dominated by European firms. Our local firms are not competitive. And likewise, we are signing lots more of agreements, and we are not creating awareness for the ecosystem. Like, for example, the technology, the fintech ecosystem, they're not aware of a lot of this agreement Nigeria is signing. All we hear from the presidency is that, oh, we have signed social agreement, there are foreign direct investment here. Oh, the major thing, that is the major news, but there are many things beneath that. So it's a significant concern, and we need to do more in creating awareness and providing access to fund. If you don't have access to funding, you do nothing. We are talking about agriculture, we are talking about manufacturing, we are talking about creative and media sector, which involve Nollywood, music, and even our creative arts. And there are a lot. Tomorrow the NetFest is starting tomorrow. And I promise you, if you are there, you get mesmerized. There are a lot of creatives, but they don't export their creativity because of lack of government interventions, policy support, infrastructure, export mechanism support, and compliance. So it's a significant concern. And the major thing is intelligence, information intelligence, guidance, policy support, infrastructure, and much more. You see concern.
All right. So what role do you think the Nigerian government play to ensure the country fully maximizes the benefits of the partnership?
Okay, first of all, we need policies. We need policies that can support us and make us a front runner individuals. Just like I told you, our major area of strength is agriculture. We have nothing more than agriculture. But see how the government is handling agriculture. As I told you about the flooding, what are we doing about the flooding? We experienced in the last, since COVID-19, we are experiencing flooding back to back, and it's affecting farmers. And if you understand, you see that how the agricultural market were crashed this year. It's not by any, it's just out of any critical or strategic arrangement. And this flooding has a lot of role to play. And our forex stability, there is no stability. We are talking about stability. If there is stability and there are no availability and there is no reliance, there is problem, and we need to do much more. We need infrastructure support. We need to find a way to support infrastructure, roads, transport sector, capacity building, and all major capital projects that will support the businesses, our business, to be competitive with any other businesses, both in Europe, Asia, and the Pacific. And likewise, we need to work with business association and trade unions. We can't run from this. And if we can build 1 million ideas or programs or agreements, if you don't engage these people, nothing can work. And I'm calling the attention of all our government individuals, government officials, the presidency, and our ministers. These individuals, people like NASIMA, people like NLC, people like TUC, people like all other business associations and commodity associations, we need to work with them and we need to let them free. Not like you see that, for example, commodity associations, they are like department in Ministry of Industry or Ministry of Agriculture. It cannot help us. We let them be. We should let them be independent, be the non-governmental they are, and go out and make a campaign, see how they can develop themselves. And we need to work with our financial sector, both the banks, the bond market, the investment, and our streets. I mean, the exchange market. We need to find a way to say that, create a policy whereby the money that goes into all these places, even the insurance markets and all other arrangements, we need to find a way to create a policy that will secure the money that gets into these places to cycle back in the country, in Nigeria. Because one of our major challenges, we keep creating policy, cashless policy, trying to make sure money are going to the bank so that there is going to be avenue of investments, a full of money that people will be carrying the money for investment. But the problem is, you give the money to the bank or the insurance company or the bond or any other exchange, the money is taken to outside Nigeria for other trading, maybe on the Wall Street or the London Metal Exchange, and that is a big problem. And as we speak, one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is lack of monetary activities. Their money is not moving across the country. Aside from salary, the money movement is less than like 10%. And we need to do all we can to increase it to go like over 80%. And that is why that is the only way Nigeria will be stable. Money movement, people have access to money for a lot of ideas, incubation, and so much more.
All right.
And likewise, lastly, is the policy consultation. We need to be working with experts who knows the way. And likewise, we need to work with individuals who can help us document the process so that in the future we have material for oversight and the coordination. I respect when this administration comes, they create a minister, add a portfolio for the minister of finance, I think, or economy, as a economic coordination minister. We need to do much more than that.
All right.
So that it will help in coordinating much more. And the presidency, the policy, Hadiza Bala Usman, she needs to do much more, create some advisory roles to help her coordinate so much, and the office of the SSG and the chief of staffs, so that we can have a speed. And don't forget about the Export Promotion Council, the NAFDAC, the SON, and likewise the Bureau of Public Enterprises, and much more agencies that we need to bring together to see how we can go far and far. And we have to think about the AFTA, which is the Africa Free Continental Area, so as we seek their counsel. And also we have to create an advisory council, or when it comes to which is Foreign Trade Council, Nigeria Foreign Trade or Foreign Relation Council. So it will be helping the presidency, not just rely on the Economic Advisory Council. We need to have the Nigeria Foreign Relations Council, because all these things involve foreign relations.
So finally, before I let you go, Mr. Sanusi, what practical steps should Nigerian entrepreneurs start taking now?
Okay, primary of them all is learning. They should start learning about every trade agreement. They should consult experts. They should know about the compliance process, understand what is going on. For example, okay, Nigeria, the president is going to Davos next year. What are the arrangements? What the government is planning? Let them know everything. They should not give excuse. They should have decks for R&D. They research what is going on and they create products that align with that, and see how they can capitalize and have market access. As we speak today, we have more than just this year, if you go to the Foreign Affairs Department or Nigeria Office of Trade Negotiation Office, we have nothing less than almost 28 agreements. Some we revalidated, some are new, and the business ecosystem, they don't know about them. So it's all about learning. And second, the business persons should be forming collectives and partnerships. Sometimes together you are very strong. That is why I can never undermine the value of business association or trade unions. Form a collective. If you form a collective with someone come with strength, who have access to money, someone have access to knowledge, someone have access to different things. If you form a collective, it will really, really help you. So I would advise the businesses to form a collective. After learning, let's form a collective. And lastly is, they should never allow the policy makers, both from the legislators and the presidency, to just be doing things like that anyhow, as they wish. They should be pressuring them, asking them more questions, and that could help them know the direction the economy is going, know the kind of policy is made, know the kind of economic partnership and agreements and kind of economic relationship and trade relationship that were built with the intention that it will help them, not knowing that it will affect them. And the entrepreneurs need to understand that the world is changing. The world is changing. There are a lot of things are going. And for example, in Nigeria, if you are to start business in Nigeria, there is high chance that as we speak, you don't have the appropriate best talent in the country because every day they are moving. So you have to find a way to work with the government, pressure the government to create incentives that will let the best talent keep living, the retention mechanism. Work with the government to create a policy that will be retaining all this talent. And likewise, we need to understand that monopoly is not an answer. We need to find a way to be competitive. The world is changing. If Dangote can monopolize, I'm telling you, by the time the destruction is coming to him, he will be crushed. So it's better for him to allow competitors to come in. Any business you are, don't let's say that, oh, I want to leverage monopoly. Monopoly don't last. There is always room for disruption. So better find a way to make the market competitive and don't allow legislators and presidency to be doing things as they wish. And lastly, I think the most important thing is access to resources is very important to every businesses. So find a way to manage the little resources you have in making sure you capitalize on market access, because Nigeria have one of the biggest market access. We are part of the AGOA, which is the African Growth and Opportunity Act. We are part of AFTA. We have a very strong European, EU-Nigeria business forum and relationship. We have relationship with Asia. We have a relationship with America. And all this involve reciprocity, all this involve market access. So there are available opportunities everywhere, but the most important thing is capitalization and activating all these things, which involve resources and the workforce.
Thank you so much for the insight on Business Money Show. Musa Sunusi Ahmed is the principal trade media company. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deborah, for always having me. It's a privilege.
And that has been our focus today on Business Morning, analyzing tax reform regime in Nigeria and the EU-Africa Economic Partnership, new opportunities for Nigerian businesses. So I'm going to give my take on analyzing tax reform regime in Nigeria, focusing on the reforms. For once, it seems like the government is looking at the things we actually spend money on, and they're saying, okay, let's make life a little bit easier. So first of all, VAT is gone from essentials, as your basic food items, sanitary pads, baby food, healthcare, education, even agricultural products like fertilizer and seeds. Now, in a country where prices keep rising, this alone makes a huge difference. Then there's payee, which is pay as you earn. Normally, if you earn an income in Nigeria, you pay tax. But under this new system, if you earn 70,000 or less, you are no longer required to pay payee. And that's real relief for low-income earners. Even gifts won't be taxed anymore. And if your total income for the year is around 20 million naira, your payee drops too. And here's something many people will appreciate. If you're paying for pension, life insurance, health insurance, or contributing to a housing fund, you can remove those amounts from your income before tax is calculated, meaning you get taxed on less and keep more for yourself. Now let's talk about transfers. No more stamp duty on transfers below 10,000 naira and no charges on transfers within the same bag. Small change, but it had up. Now they've also removed tax on profits from selling personal items. So if you sell your things up to 5 million naira or even sell 2 of your cars, no tax will be deducted. It's your stuff, it's your money. Now, small businesses aren't left out. If your company brings in about 100 million naira or has assets worth 250 million naira, you get tax exemption. And if you hire new staff and keep them for at least 3 years, the government gives you a 50% tax reduction. So even companies that increase salaries or give transport allowance get rewarded also. Now, the whole idea behind these changes is simple. Take some weight off the shoulder of people who are already carrying enough. Low earners, taxpayers, small businesses, everyone gets a little breathing space. So if you fall into any of these categories, just know this: more of your money is staying with you and not the taxpayer, or the taxman rather. Now the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Do have yourself a beautiful morning.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
You're welcome back to the Big Story segment right here on Business Day Television, the Breakfast Show. Today, we turn our focus on Nigeria's long, complex journey towards true federalism. Joining us is Deji Olatoye, a lawyer, public affairs analyst, and partner at Lord Law Offices, whose recent Business Day article critically examines why Nigeria's federal structure remains contested and what reforms are urgently needed. We will explore the political, economic, and governance issues shaping this national debate. Thank you for joining us on the show, Mr. Olatoye.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right. So what inspired you to write this article, and why is the debate around true federalism resurfacing now?
Yes. Don't forget that we are currently on another round of constitutional amendments. You know, there have always been since 1999 that we came into this current democracy. And what inspired the article in particular is how we have fixated, we have, you know, allowed certain use of language or certain fixation to then freeze us into being more imaginative in actually redesigning the constitutional structure of this country. And in the article that you referred to which you referred, I took on the task of you know, talking about our fixation on true federalism, that term true federalism, you know, that everybody talks about. But really, what it has done is that it gives the, you know, there's this assumption in it that there is something, a particular thing that is called true federalism, rather than that there should be a fitting federalism, you know, for any federation that desires that kind of structure. So that's what inspired it. I thought that what it has done is to give even the cynical people who would not do anything the opportunity to say, well, everybody talks about true federalism, but nobody can define it. Why a former president of this country said that, you know? So I thought the important thing is to in fact say, look, what are the real issues in this country? What are the factors that should determine how we divide power in this country? And not just in how we divide power, and also how we use it, including even collaborating between people who hold powers on how they can use it. Because don't forget, the most important thing is that government is about service delivery to the people. So no matter how you divide powers, if you are not thinking about how you can use it properly to actually deliver service to the people, then it's a, you know, it essentially it's a jolly ride, you know, that will give you good feelings, but leads to nowhere. So we need to think about not just structure, we also need to think about functional issues, how we can properly design this country, and how we can use those powers to deliver service to our people.
All right. In your assessment, what is the single biggest flaw in Nigeria's current federal arrangement?
Well, I think I'll start with the easy one that everybody agrees to, you know, that the structure of the division of power in the country actually is not fit for purpose. A whole lot of powers that are held by particular tiers of government cannot be properly and efficiently used by them. First, for a number of reasons, and one of them in particular is that one of the principles of federalism, which is about decentralization, you know, government and taking power as close as possible, you know, to the people, is that you know, the more you know, the tier of governments that is supposed to exercise certain powers should actually be as close as possible, you know, to the people. So look at the security issue that we have, for example. We have our national security and our national defense institutions that seem not to be able to get a hang of it, you know, and states. In spite of the fact that you say that state governments, state governors are the chief security officer of their country, that is not aligned with any institution. In fact, you will notice that a few years ago when the governors of a particular region in the country decided that they wanted to form a network, a security network. The Attorney General of the Federation took up issue at that time that even national security forces were not able to provide answers to these same governors. So you see, that mismatch, that people need to protect their people and unable to do so because they cannot even form institutions, that have sufficient power and that carry sufficient effectiveness to be able to do so. So that is number one. Number two is that no matter how optimally we think we divide powers in the country, there also needs to be cooperation. One of the things that we have not paid attention to in the country is also models of cooperative federalism. Some of them that are already happening today, but because we are not talking about them in that sense, we are focused on division of power. And we believe that once we get the right optimal division of power, everybody can just run, their own agenda, and then we are going to be good. But there needs to be also cooperation, in terms of devolution of power, in terms of intergovernment fiscal transfer, in terms of even interstate compact, which is the example that I mentioned before of, particular governments saying we want to come together and form, an effective security force for our people, but that was ultimately weakened, because of the compromise that was reached later that it can only be formed on a state-by-state basis. All of these are things that we need to think about. Local government structure, for example, a whole lot of the problems that are happening in the middle belt of Nigeria, for example, could be solved by a proper design of our local government, And the last time I was with you, I was talking about local government structure, and now we blandly use the idea of local government autonomy broadly as a general rule, which I say, look, a local government should actually function almost as an organ of the state. The only exception to that is when you create autonomy for particular communities because maybe of their minority status and all of that, so that state governments, there are certain cost fares that even state governments cannot interfere with in their running of the government. So if we have all of these things in perspective, I believe that is when we begin to actually talk about a proper redesign of the federal structure of this country.
All right. Many argue that Nigeria practices unitary federalism. Do you agree, and why?
Well, I hate, hate is such a strong word. I do not like taking on, because once we allow ourselves, it's the same thing that I said about true federalism. It's easy for somebody to say, if you say you want true federalism, it's easily dismissible. I mean, I can dismiss it and say, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Or I ask you what it means, you say something, I ask somebody else proposing true federalism, he says, I say, well, you guys can't even agree, So once you also say things like, we are only passing a unitary federal structure, it's also easily dismissible. We have a structure that we're practicing today that is not effective and that is not efficient, that doesn't deliver the goods, the center is very strong, but we have countries that have strong centers. But it so happens that those countries that also have strong centers also have strong states. In fact, they have strong cities. An example is America. Some cities are very, very strong. But no matter how strong the city is, don't forget the new mayor of New York, who doesn't, himself and the president of America do not see eye to eye. But he's going to Washington. He's going to Washington in the next couple of days to actually see the president, because it's not possible to run an important city like New York without having, being able to, have some commonality, with the president on certain issues. And I also know that the president understands that. So there will always be cooperation and all of that. I do agree that in terms of division of power, we need to think about it. I mentioned it before, issues of security, states or at a minimum, regions need to be able to defend and also secure their people. And that's an issue that is very clear in the last so many years. The national architecture has failed the people. So yes, that it's very important to look at the division of power again, but more importantly, it's very important to also look at functional issues, and even areas where there needs to be cooperation, either vertically between the central government, the federal government, and the state governments, and also horizontally between states, regions, across regions, building joint infrastructure, managing them, looking at issues that are common to particular zones and dealing with them with sufficient economies of scale to be able to be effective. Yes, we need to look at all of that, but, there'll never be a time that you say, oh, it's unitary. I mean, I mentioned an example we talk about Britain being a unitary system of government. Functionally, Britain is a federation, but they did it by devolution. So yes, the center has all of this government, but because the center also realizes that, you cannot be making, laws for certain things in Wales or in Scotland, from London, or from Westminster. So you need to be able to devolve powers to this country. In fact, London perhaps runs as a core sphere of function, as in the government, the mayor of London, than many states, say in the Federation of Nigeria, the mayor of New York, So yes, it is the function itself. Now we decide to say which particular tiers of government can actually effectively and have sufficient skin in the game to actually effectively run this particular sphere of power, and we give it to them either by devolution, which is already happening in the energy sector, for example. So you see what's happening in the energy sector, where after so many years, federal government comes, to the realization that you need to give states, power to be able to regulate power, to be able to regulate the issues of power in their territories. Some of the states will be too weak to do that, and that's where something like interstate compact will come in, where I imagine that a few states can come together to actually be able to effectively use that power. Strong states like Lagos, will probably be able to do it, and they've taken a step, they passed the law and all of that. So all of these things are very important, rather than putting tag on it.
So how has centralized control of revenue and resources undermined state development?
Well, when you talk about centralized control of resources, we have in Nigeria what you call federation account, from which a certain formula then a certain formula is applied to then distribute resources to the states. Of course, apart from funds that come from that source, states can also, in fact, local governments can also generate what you call their internally generated revenue. Now, one of the central purposes of a federal government actually is also redistribution, because yes, states have these functions, they are supposed to perform it, they are supposed to have funds, to perform it. And one of the things that central post has is to be able to say, how do we equitably distribute it, including even by what you call fiscal equalization. But what I find particular in the case of Nigeria is that sometimes you even have double dipping, where, for example, we have used something like population, as a major chunk of the fund that is coming to the states. And then we find other things to be, so we have equalization things like in ecological fund, you have equalization in things like matching funds that the federal government puts into the UB, Universal Primary Education, and all of that. If you ask me, I think the proper way to do it is that, since the whole purpose of making population a key factor in the distribution from the central post, what we should do is that, in my view, we should remove it as a general rule and then focus it on those functions. Education, we know particular areas of the country, there's a wide gap between the rest of the country and particular areas of the country, and there's a population factor in that. Then we need to look at how we put in funds specifically into that. There are particular areas of the country that have more ecological issues than others. We should use equalization to target, and because we haven't done that, we have not been effective in some of our fiscal equalization measures in Nigeria, because there's this broad fund that goes into states that they don't have to account for, whereas the assumption in making population very important is that you then be able to run services, for your people. You'll be able to give them education, you'll be able to provide health for them and all of that, but that is not happening. And so we need to create new institutions again, or new equalization measures again, to target those things, which again is not being effective. Look at the UP fund that I spoke about. There was a report recently that about over 200 billion left on the table by states that need, the fund, simply because they didn't put in the matching fund, So we need to think through all of these things in terms of how we distribute from that central cost into the states.
All right. So, what practical steps do you think Nigeria can take to move from political rhetoric to real federal restructuring?
Yes. One of them is for us to ditch the labels, to just say, look, labels are not important. We have agreed that we are going to be a federation. What things should, affect, what factors should determine the structure, of our country? And we have, it's no longer rhetorical, it's no longer theoretical. And the failure of governance at particular levels, is just there. States have failed in certain areas, the federal government have failed in certain areas. How can we distribute it? That's very, very important. So we need to look at, of course, fiscal allocation that we mentioned before, to make sure that where we're going to have equalization, it should be targeted. It shouldn't be just some balloon fund you give to states that they don't have to use to solve the problem that the population creates. So we need to look at that. So we use equalization to target those things, both in states that have need and also for countering negative spillover. It means that some states that actually create opportunities are overwhelmed, because when you have negative spillover from failing states, it overwhelms facilities and the infrastructure in those other states. That's also one of the areas that we should be looking at in terms of our fiscal distribution. I've mentioned local government before. We need to redesign our local government system. States should strictly man their local governments, and federal government should take their eyes off it. But in terms of local government autonomy should be created strictly to actually protect minority groups within particular states, so that there's a cause here that cannot be so. You can't have the state government in the state capital imposing certain rulership, traditional rulership systems on minority communities and the rest of it. So we should look at that. In terms of distribution of power, we should look at where actually states and regions should be protecting their people. State police has been mentioned. Again, I don't think many of the states in Nigeria should be running their police, so we can at that level look at interstate compact where you have regional police structure, but that can be responsible to the people, of those regions. Then lastly, and I think an article is going to come on this, we should look at Chapter 2 of the Constitution. I know my colleagues always talk about Chapter 2, which is the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy, that actually make certain social development issues and making social investment actually a responsibility of government. And my colleagues usually fixate on that it's not justiciable. I don't think it needs to be justiciable. I think we just need to recognize this as, what I would argue as the primary policy document, social development document of Nigeria. Almost like our SDG that we've had in the 1970s, before we even had the SDG in the last decade or so. Those are the things we should begin to look at. So how do we activate that and incorporate in fact, map our development agenda, rolling plans, and all of that into to make sure that the targets in Chapter 2 are met, and to set the target and the milestones, and when we are supposed to meet it. Those are things we should begin to look at in actually redesigning the Constitution.
All right, so do you believe Nigeria needs constitutional amendment or a complete constitutional overhaul to achieve true federalism?
Whatever we call it, amendment, complete overhaul, what's important is these issues that I've mentioned, because I saw, you would notice something has happened, and I did mention in the article that you referred to at the beginning of this conversation. You would notice that what has happened is that civic groups, are all about, let us have this, this big bang constitutional conference of constituent assembly where these key issues will be addressed, and we are going to make decisions, on them. And then you find governments, including politicians who, when they're in opposition, were part of the true federalism and having restructuring. Once they don't come into government, then you have the, stochastic, tinkering around the edges amendment. What is important is that we need to reconcile those two things. Whether it's going to be by way of amendment, we can no longer, ignore the key issues that government likes to say, oh, it's a no-go area, you cannot discuss that. Things like state police, by now, the idea that in spite of the security challenges of the country, state police is not out on the agenda. So whether it is government-led, government can no longer ignore, the important work that some very serious civic groups have done. Think about PRONAPO that was led by Anthony Enaoro and Wole Soyinka. Think about what the Patriot now led by Chifanya Oku. Think about what they've done. Think about what different regions have done. Think about what Dawn Commission, has done in terms of the regional plan for its region. Think about what they have other institutions like that across the country. The Southeast Governors Forum, for example, that even at some point is collaborating with the Dawn Commission in the West. You cannot ignore this crisis and say you think around the edges and you go around the country. You don't even mobilize the people when important voices in all these constituencies are spoken, and they've identified key areas that need to be addressed. So we need to bring it together. If it's not going to be a conference, a government that's very serious to be able to draw up a proper agenda, for a serious amendment of the Constitution, based on all of the key issues that have been that have been identified by these very, very serious nationality and civic groups across the country.
So how would properly structured federalism impact national cohesion and reduce ethnic suspicion?
Absolutely. The first thing is that, for you to be able to address anything, you need to be able to confront it. You can no longer sidestep it, So, continue to maintain the rhetoric of the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable and all of that no longer makes sense because the country is free anyway. So once we address these key issues, it's in fact the way, how do you allay the fear of the minorities? The minorities, I don't imagine that a minority of a population of 100,000 is thinking about creating a country of their own. They just want to be safe in their land and their communities. They want to be in charge of their affairs. They also want equitable distribution, Communities in the Niger Delta that are, in the front line of receiving the negative backlash of exploitation of natural resources simply want, to be protected, and they want enough of those resources to come back to actually develop their communities, communities that today can no longer farm in the Northwest because of banditry. They need security. So if you don't address these issues, you are not going anywhere. So maintaining a rhetoric of national cohesion without addressing those key issues is actually a recipe for disaster, which I think we need to address very, very urgently now, because it's staring us in the face more urgently than it ever was at any time since the Civil War.
All right, so critics say politicians can use the term restructuring selectively. So what clarity do Nigerians need on its meaning?
It is what we've been saying since restructuring. What do you restructure? The division of power in the country, and not just mere division to say, look, from my experience as a country, what has failed, what has worked, if federal government has not worked in certain areas, can we devolve it into or at least remit it constitutionally into the states or into the regions, local government structure. You need to talk about proper local government structure. What does it mean? And then how is it going to be done? Fiscal equalization. What should be the basis for fiscal equalization? Should it be a bland, you have so much population, we give money to you, or we make equalization targeted at particular human-centered development? Because the whole purpose of population is that there are people. So what do people need? People need services, they need education, they need health, they need infrastructure. Can we use equalization to target that rather than from top end, say we give money to people, on the basis of population? All of these are what is what you, resource control has been said. Again, that's one of those tags. The important thing for me in resource control is that communities or zones or regions that see the negative backlash of production of resources from these from these areas should have a measure of contribution first to the regulation of how those things are done, and also to sufficient fiscal allocation from them. These are the things, over a period of time, we can discuss all of these key issues. We discussed local government the last time. We could discuss cooperative federalism, how in spite of division of power, the center and the states or state to state can actually collaborate to jointly provide services to the people. These are the things in my view that restructuring, mean. How we then answer those questions, the principle by which we answer them are the things we need to discuss.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. It was really good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And that's where we wrap things up on the Big Story segment of our breakfast show. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm right here with
Onyeka Valentine.
It's good to have you again.
Always a pleasure.
So let's give them
what they need.
What they need, like you always say. All right, our first story is the Federal High Court judgment that has now placed Nnamdi Kanu, leader of IPOB, in life imprisonment. Justice James Omotosho delivered the ruling in Abuja after finding him guilty on all 7 terrorism charges brought by the federal government. The court said the law allowed for a death sentence, but stated that a life term was a more merciful decision. Kanu also got separate sentence of 20 years for belonging to a prescribed group and 5 years for unlawful importation of a radio transmitter, but all the sentences will run at the same time. It will not be sent to Kuje prison. Instead, it will be kept in a secure protective facility and is now banned from using any digital device unless strictly supervised by the National Security Advisor's Office. The radio transmitter used for Radio Biafra has also been fortified to the government. Kanu's trial has been long and contentious, from his 2015 arrest to his rearrest in Kenya in 2021. His lawyers have already rejected the ruling and say they will appeal. Now let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this. Now the first reaction from that blessed girl, she said they sentenced him life imprisonment, but the bandits, Boko Haram and the Fulani headsmen that has been killing Nigerians in the north are being conscripted into the military, this country, and injustice. Another reaction from Mercy, she said, this isn't justice, it's political vengeance wrapped in legal robes. Sentencing Nnamdi Kanu to life won't erase the truth. The courts have been turned into instruments to crush dissent. Man may try, but man is not God. Another reaction from Eddie Joe reads, life imprisonment for someone who is fighting to free his people from oppression and marginalization, while those terrorists caught red-handed, killing innocent civilians, are cleaned and reintegrated into the same society. And the final reaction from By Fire by Force J said, this is a tough one, but court sentenced Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment based on solid evidence from his radio broadcast that incited killings, attack on security, and destroying property. Fali, I know we've talked about this during the banter this morning and also the newspaper review, but for social media perspective right now, what do you think about this?
So again, different angles call for different responses or response, and of course, analysis that comes with different call that you made different answers. But in the spirit of variation, I will say this very quickly. Those who say that you have, and this is just me trying to clear the air. Clear the air from an angle of a broadcaster. I don't think it's right for anyone to go on social media first and foremost to say that bandits are now, integrated into the Nigerian army. That's a false thing to say. Let's debunk that first, because anyone can go on air and tweet, and it's their job to make sure that the truth is what it is. So there's no fact on that ground. So that one, first and foremost, doesn't hold water. Then, for the issue on ground, you see, call it as we may, Nnamdi Kanu is a human being. And of course, Nigeria as a country has its laws that keeps every other person in check. Let's keep our emotions aside and see it as it's supposed to be. So he has been found guilty and they've thrown, life sentence at him. The big question now is it justified? You see, emotions, like they say, actually runs in different directions. No one has monopoly of violence. At the same time, nobody has monopoly of justice. I used such a word. Also, I must also reiterate the fact that I was totally, disappointed the way and manner the judge actually passed, or rather, read out the sentence. It kind of sounded like a toddler. There's so many words that his pronunciation made me ask. Exactly, made me begin to ask myself, wait a minute, this is a judge giving out this, this final judgment. However, again, he represents an arm of the government, which is the legal area. But I haven't said so. Let's not look at the fact that, and this just may pinpoint on the lacunas that there are. We could have gotten a better judge, maybe. I'm not saying a judge that could have given a lighter sentence or a judge that could have given a more tougher sentence. I'm talking about a judge that could have presided over the case and actually made Nigerians who live abroad say, that's a sound judge. But would you say this for the judge? Question for another day. Nigerians who live in the country and the ones who live abroad, let's use that word. Because Nigerians who live abroad, so they're part of the whole matter. But now, Nnamdi Kanu, right, has always been known to agitate for a certain belief of his that actually has some level of followers. All the way since 2014, 15, that explains his arrest in the past, leading to today's present. You see, for a man who has such belief is very powerful. There's nothing you do or say to him, right, that will make him want to lose that his ideology. Which makes us begin to ask this question. If it was a political move to hold him that long and finally give him life imprisonment, then why in the first place did he have to take this long? It's a big question. Who was playing politics with the minds, and this may not be, I'm not being sentimental here, right? Who was playing politics with the minds of those people who follow him and the area where he's from? Right? Did someone say, let's put him on pending? Because there's something about keeping somebody on pending for a long time, or keep somebody on pending. You leave the hope and leave it there. So if they knew, because there's no how to tell them that they didn't know this is where they were coming to, eventually, there are some people who are saying, look, he must be sentenced, right? Use him as a scapegoat. But why wait this long? Question one. Is it that they finally achieved what they wanted? Or is it that some people have refused to play ball? And they say, look, let us force them, let us wrestle them to play towards our direction by saying, we give him life, or otherwise. We're going to give him life, or you dance to our tune, and we'll let him go. And they say, we won't dance to your tune, right? Do what you may call their bluff. And I say, okay, and we'll give him life. Why am I saying all this? Because truth be told, what he was being charged with and the fact on ground, if it was a justified thing, his lawyers could have actually won the case. Because I was following it all through, right? That's why you see him at some point, he had to let go of all his lawyers, say he would represent himself, had all his papers and everything on ground, right? You could see how angry he was. Of course, his human being, emotions came out. Again, I agree with you. So winning the case is different from coming out victorious. Don't mix both of them. I will explain to you. You see, we are all driven by emotions. You see what's going on social media. Almost 90% of the people who are on social media, right, are saying, oh, this is so unjust and this, that. Believe it or not, there is a narrative being pushed there. And the narrative is, they were too harsh on him. The narrative is, oh, things didn't go properly. Be more worried about narrative than the what's it called, the sentence that's being passed. Because truth be told, if you look at the people in power right now, people who actually are saying, look, this thing must go the way it should be. look at it closely, you realize that there are a lot of lacunas, a lot of shady areas, a lot of gray areas. However, this is a major issue. Terrorism cannot be taken lightly, right? Issue of whether you are trying to instigate people against the government cannot be taken lightly. It's a capital offense, like they say. However, they say, okay, we're going to make it light. Not death sentence, bring it down to life imprisonment. My question now is this, is that if truly they wanted to have him go in for life, why waste this time? And you ask the valid question, which is, if his lawyers were still there, could he have truly won? You see, you can lose the battle but win the war. This is a very powerful statement people don't know. Because in the war you have several battles. That's the fact. Remember, he has just been sentenced. They're going to appeal. And this is no way me canvassing for him. I'm saying from a different angle. Now that's one angle. Now let me come to the angle of the federal government now. The federal government has successfully sent a strong message. If you understand what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to strike a balance. They have sent a strong message that, look, Nigeria is only as great as a country based on the fact that we can protect the people from one threat within and threats outside. We can also say, for what it's worth, that Nigeria is not giving room for reckless talk that can create divide. It's a strong message the past. Yeah. Right.
I'd like to oppose what you said about people on social media being very emotional.
Of course.
There is nothing about emotions.
Why? Why would you say so? But I've seen emotions there already now. Right.
All the tweets that we read today, there's nothing on emotion.
Only 4 tweets we read.
That's what I'm saying. I also saw tweets. Like I told you, I also followed.
Which is why I said, that's why I said 90%. I didn't say 100%. There's a space for 10%.
So, I'm not agree with you because people are saying we have people who we both know. Now, breaking news now, Niger State, we have about 100 children that are school children that have been abducted in Niger State. You know people who are actually really terrorizing, who are actually really causing havoc, and you're not doing anything about it.
Right.
And the ones you actually try to catch, you then come out to say, oh, they're very unrepentant or repentant Boko Haram. They no longer, go by their ideology. Before giving them, will now empower them. There is nothing emotional about saying.
Of course.
Why would
100.
Now this man has not come out to say he's a terrorist. Why do these people come out to say yes for terrorists? We did these things. We did so and so. Because havoc so and so. And then you hand them the hands of grace, and then you tell them, oh, go and sin no more. We will even empower you.
Right.
And a man who was fairly said, I am not a terrorist. I'm just trying to preach that things have to be in a certain way. I'm not canvassing for Nnamdi Kanu. I'm also of the opinion that if you find him guilty of certain things, by all means, jail him, take him away. But you cannot not extend the same hand to the same terrorists who actually do worse things.
Which is why I'm glad you're right.
Emotional about whatever anybody says on social media, linking it to the same Boko Haram, the same ISWA. You know these people. You know when. You know on TikTok now, they're taking over TikTok.
So it's good that yes.
They are not hiding it. We can identify these people that this is who they are. They will tell you, oh, if you pass this place, we are going to kidnap you, and then you pay ransom. You see them actually coming on social media, showing up the ransom money, and then you tell me that we are being emotional. No, I don't agree.
So now the idea of when you say someone is emotional about things, it means to say that, look, I want to see that your input or your broadcast based on you being on Twitter or social media is coming from an angle of facts, which is why it's important that when you say, okay, these people who are bandits, of course, we're all against bandits and terrorists and what they're doing to, innocent people in the north. Totally 100%. I'm all for the military going there, crush them, destroy them, wipe them off. Nobody wants terrorists in our nation. Having said so, but we must tread with caution. We must be able to give proper information. And that's why I said that those on social media, once you are tweeting and you are sending message, be careful. Ask yourself a question. Is this going to be in the good narrative sense for the nation, or are we going to be fueling an already fire that is going on? And I can tell you, that's where the idea of emotions come in. A lot of people will just sit there and say, okay, you know what? Some people have never been to the north before. Good example now. do you believe or do you agree that Donald Trump was being very emotional when he had his phone to now say Nigeria is now,
emotional?
I will explain.
We should stop train out emotional. I'm just going to, we have to move on from this. So now, are you of the opinion that since Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment, are you of the opinion that the same hand should be extended to Sunday Igodo Abi, what's his name, Sunday and Gumi? Are you of that opinion?
These are the questions for those who are.
I'm asking you. You say we are being emotional. Hold on. You should be able to tell us.
No, that is so. This is what called gaslighting now. No, this is gaslighting now because this kind of question now we'll go for those who. Gaslighting.
Let's move on to our second story,
isn't it so?
Which is the Security Alert in Kwara State that has forced the government to shut down all schools in 4 and possibly 5 local government areas. The order took effect on November 20th and will remain until security agencies clear the affected zones. The LGAs under the shutdown include Ekiti, Ifelodun, Irekodun, Ishin and Okiero, depending on the report. The decision followed a deadly attack on a church in the Eruku community where 3 worshippers were killed and several people were kidnapped. The state fears that criminals may target schools next, especially boarding schools, and has warned residents to stay alert and limit movement until the situation stabilizes. Now let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning the story. Now, the first tweet from Zurum is said, the typical Nigerian solution to every headache is to cut off the head. The government cannot handle this matter, so it resorts to closing schools as if we are safe in our houses. Another one from Explain said, Boko Haram goal is to stop Western education. Today, we are seeing a state shut down schools and succumb to the terrorists. This shows how weak our leadership is. Our security agencies can't protect our children, and the state is forced to shut down some schools. An unapologetic refinery said uneducated nation is in a state of retrogression. This is exactly where they want the citizens to be. And finally, from the Blue World said, not just closing schools. Are you prepared to face them if they attack any of the communities in that area? Which is actually a very valid thought. Well, I'm of the opinion that they should actually close down schools because within the Niger State attack, we didn't see that coming. And today, we are here looking for over 100 school children, and we've not found the 25 school children. I'm of the opinion that, yes, it's actually a good move for them to close down the schools, seeing that can actually be, one of their targets. Right. But then, are we ready to face these people? Are we really just cutting off the head? Are we just cutting the tail and not, targeting the head when it comes to these issues? What do you think about it?
So it's good enough that we can have a very quick, responsive, police. So responsible and quick-paced action when it comes to situations like this. I must give him kudos first and foremost. It is not a matter of debate on any table whether or not school should continue when lives and properties are at risk. Yeah. See, when I talk about emotion, people don't understand. Who do you want to educate when you have no security? Schools have been closed a long time ago. First and foremost, close it down. Halt all activities based on education, even religion. Mosques and churches closed down first. Let's now target where this.
Are we safe in our homes?
Let me explain to you now. I will tell you something. You see, when you don't have people feel secured, who's going to go to church? Who's going to go to mosque? Who's going to go to schools? Right? So I'm 100% in view of what they've done. Say, look, close down those areas first, and let's now give room for our security personnel to move in, pinpoint those areas where these terrorists are hiding, and then target them. Yes, there is a flip side to this, which is business are going to be affected, most definitely. Okay, livelihoods are going to be affected, but I'm sure the government has other, subsidiary plans to say how we're going to feed people, how we're going to make sure that they have to. That's why they're the government. Because you before you make such pronunciation to say schools are not going to follow, are not going to be on, don't forget that teachers also earn their living. So unless you tell me they'll be paying them salary, that's fine because they'll have to pay them salary.
Teachers that actually work in private schools
they will have to earn something. Salaries? Because let's be honest, you can't eat your cake and have it. And like our president always say, look, if you want omelette, you must break the egg.
Omelette, you must break the egg.
You must break the egg. Meaning to say,
you have to face the problem heads on. not
You're
by
missing- you're-
tiny
no, you're missing-
measures
no,
like
you are
this.
missing the
Because
point.
even in your
No,
home,
so hold on, let me laugh. So the matter here is this, okay? Is it a good move? That's the question. Is it a good move to have the schools closed so they can tackle this insecurity? I'm saying yes. I'm of the opinion, and I agree that they close down schools. Now, I like what you said. What about private schools where the government don't pay those on salaries?
because a chunk of people actually work with the private sector, not even the government.
So this is the twist now. And that's why I said, for you to enjoy home responsibility, you can't eat a cake and have it. You guys decide. Do you want an insecure area? Do you want to be at your place of work and be looking over your shoulders back and forth whether these terrorists are coming?
All right, Vali, I saw a video footage yesterday on Twitter of a guy who was walking his dog. He came out from his house and he was walking his dog. And then this terrorists came from nowhere with their guns, their AK-47, and then they rushed the guy in his home.
Right.
He did not go to school.
Right.
He was not in church. He didn't go to the market. In front of his home.
Right.
So, you see, it's not about whether or not you close. Like I said, I started with good move. The kids have to be secure. They have to be safe. But are we even safe in our homes? That should be the bone of contention here. That should be the conversation here, and not having to close down schools or not.
So we're not, whether or not we are safe in our homes. Truth be told, there is nowhere on this planet that's 100% safe. Not even the White House. Not even the White House. Why have I said so? Right? And I'll say it again. Let's forget in a hurry. This is the same land of the free and brave. They had the Twin Towers go down. The same land of free and brave they attempted to kill Donald Trump. So what I'm trying to mention here is that nowhere is 100% safe. But what anyone who is responsible and is in leadership, what any responsible government should do, right, and should be doing, should be, let us now mitigate. Mitigate means let us now help to find a way to reduce the effect of this issue that is upon us. Because we have a serious issue that's upon us, which is this issue of banditry and terrorism, which is ravaging us and more so destroying our reputation abroad.
We have to move on now. We're pressed for time. Our third story is from Benue State, where Governor Isent Alias says there is no Christian genocide happening in the state, despite the insecurity. Speaking at a consultative forum, he explained that while Benue is dealing with serious violence, it does not meet the UN criteria for genocide. He said it would be the first to raise the alarm if any such threat existed. The governor has also briefed the US Embassy on the issue, stressing that the violence is driven by terrorist networks and armed groups, many of whom he says are foreigners. The crisis is tied to long-running clashes between crop farmers and pastoralists, which have worsened over the years. Aliyah has repeatedly asked the federal government for emergency support, and his administration has created a quick response squad to help security agencies in the affected communities. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this story. Now, the first reaction from Vivis Trending, he said, how can anyone witnessing what is happening in Benue say this with a straight face? This is disappointing and disrespectful to the victims. Another reaction from Mukojin Kisley said, it's not ignorance, it's strategy, because admitting the truth means admitting failure. Bodies on the ground, families are shattered, villages wiped out, but somehow the only thing invisible is his conscience. Leadership is not denial. Denial is not leadership. Another reaction from Mazi Onyobo. He said, the man has sold out the faith and calling on the altar of political correctness and desperation for power. How can a supposedly so-called man of God deny that his people are being targeted and slaughtered by terrorists? How can someone deny the several mass burial of his people in hundreds? He should know that power belongs to God. And finally, from Flytrap, he said, they have all been mandated to prevent the US coming to intervene because they will be all exposed. So it's denial season, even when they all agreed there was genocide a few months ago. Politicians are the real enemies of the country from day one.
From day one, they say that you must know where you are heading to before you even make that move. And so the big question is, politically, have we been making the right decision in this country? The last person who contributed there, I wouldn't throw away the idea of what he has said, okay, or rather the statement that he has put in place there, right, or typed. and throw it away and say, it is null and void, doesn't carry water, doesn't hold water. On the contrary, it does hold water. However, they say the way you lie your bed is the way you lay your bed is how you can lie on it. And so let us ask ourselves this question. And when I say let's ask ourselves, all stakeholders, after all, government is of the people, for the people, and by the people. Have we made the right decisions? Have we been able to be honest with ourselves? To now say, look, for what is what, as much as we point fingers at the government, at our political class to say, these guys, are you guys doing what you need to do and do right? Let's also ask ourselves the question. We who are the citizens too, have we done right?
In insecurity?
Hold on, I will explain to you now. It's important I tell you this thing. Now, hold on, I will tell you. You see, now I remember I said something.
Okay.
When you say the government hasn't done this, hasn't done that, hasn't put this in place, that in place, you are also shooting yourself in the foot. Because I said government is of the people, by the people, right? And for the people. So what am I trying to say here? Is that if you see something and you keep quiet, you are guilty as much guilty as another person.
Keeping quiet. They are all talking. I think you're moving away from what the real issue here. The real issue is, how will a governor? It was ISET that came out to cry 3 months ago that the his people, the genocide is too much, and now we're saying there is no genocide. That is the issue. Why are you moving away from it and attacking the people that are suffering?
You are missing the point. See, when I say the people, I'm not talking about just the governor. I was heading somewhere, you cut me short.
Okay, I have to cut you short because we are pressed for time. We would have to continue this some other time.
All right.
Oh my God, Valentine the politician. All right. That is it on social listening. We looked at Nnamdi Kanu's sentencing, Kwara school closure, and the governor's response to claims of genocide in Benue State. And also news just coming shows that terrorists attacked a Catholic school in Niger State and abducted about 100 students, which is a very, very sad news. My name is Deborah Eze. I didn't do this alone.
Onyeka Valentine.
All right.
What a day it has been.
What a day it has been. And join us again next week right here on Business Day Television. Do have yourself a pleasant morning.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. Nigeria Tilby's demand soars as investors bid 1.2 trillion naira for 450 billion naira issues. Nigeria-Brazil partner on carbon emissions reduction. Lagos seal 244.8 billion naira bond issuance. Fintech platform cautions customers to be wary of fraudsters' antics. Now let's begin with the news in Nigeria, where Nigerian Treasury bills at the Wednesday, November 19, 2025 auctions attracted 1.23 trillion naira subscriptions for the 364-day tenor against a 450 billion naira offer, underlining a clear strategy to lock in high yields ahead of anticipated monetary policy easing in 2026. Despite this aggressive bidding posture, stop rates across 91 days, 182 days, and 364 days paper stayed unchanged at 15.30%, 15.50%, and 1.0% respectively. The Central Bank of Nigeria allotted 1.03 trillion naira for the 364 days, 33.81 billion naira for the 91 days, and 26.41 billion naira, with a total allotment of 1.63 trillion naira, highlighting excess liquidity across the system. Financial analysts expressed surprise as rates remained unchanged despite massive demand, noting that the auction outcome suggests the yield peak may have been reached. And moving on, Brazil and Nigeria have deepened their collaboration on climate action, focusing on sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and reduction of black carbon emissions. This was revealed by Marcelo Brito, Executive Secretary of the Amazon State Consortium, during an interview with the news agency of Nigeria on the sidelines of the United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties. Brito emphasized that both nations are committed to global efforts aimed at curbing black carbon emissions, a critical component of climate mitigation strategies. The partnership is anchored in South-South cooperation through the Brazil-Nigerian Strategic Dialogue Mechanism, which facilitates the exchange of ideas, technology, and policy alignment within the global climate framework, particularly the Paris Agreement. Meanwhile, Lagos State has successfully executed another landmark financing milestone with the signing of 14.8 billion naira Series 3 16% green bond and the 16.25 bond under its 1 trillion naira debt and hybrid instrument program. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who announced the achievement, said their outcomes reflect strong investors' confidence in Lagos State and its long-term development vision. According to him, the state set out to raise 14.8 billion naira for the Series 3 green bond, but attracted 29.29 billion naira in bids, almost double the target. He noted the green bond is particularly significant as the first ever issued by a sub-national government in Nigeria. The instrument will support the state team's agenda, especially initiatives on environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and long-term ecological protection. Sanwo-Olu expressed gratitude of the Lagos State House of Assembly, financial advisor issuing houses regulators, the state civil service, and the investing community for their role in the successful issuance. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transparency, accountability, and ensuring that every kobo entrusted to us lead to real improvement for our people. Still on, a financial technology platform, PalmPay Limited, has cautioned its customers across the country to be wary of antics of scammers and fraudsters. The bank's managing director, Chika Wunso, made the call during a road walk in Kanu organized to sensitize the public to protect themselves from fraudulent tactics. Wonsu said the campaign began and became necessary to ensure no customers of the bank fell prey to the fraudsters. The managing director noted that while the numbers of fraud indices is decreasing, the bank is committed to bringing it to zero level. He said PAMPay is committed to maintaining a safe and healthy financial ecosystem and eliminating fraud on the platform. He urged customers to stay alert, avoid clicking suspicious links, and always verify before engaging with any messages online. According to him, the ongoing campaign was prompted by complaints received across social medias and customer service channels. He noted that although fraud cases are declining, the goal is to reduce them to zero. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break now and return with more stories. Stay with us.
To podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services has announced new immigration filing fees that will take effect from January 1st, 2026, following an annual inflation adjustment required under H.R. 1. According to the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, the updated fee comes from the mandatory annual adjustment process introduced in H.R. 1, which requires the Department of Homeland Security to revise certain immigration fees at the start of every fiscal year based on inflation. USCIS stated that beginning from fiscal year 2026, these annual updates will continue in each subsequent year. The agency explained that all applications postmarked on our after January 1st, 2026 must carry the new costs. The updates affect several categories of the employment authorization document, temporary protected status, filing parole-related applications, and the asylum application fee, though the asylum fee itself remains stayed due to a court order. Now, moving away from that story, the State of Entrepreneurship Index for Nigeria rose marginally to 0.47 index point in 2025 from 0.46 in 2024. According to the Faith Institution 2025 State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report. The report, which covered 10,000 businesses across all 36 states and FCT, presents Nigeria's State of Entrepreneurship Index and provide analysis of female and youth-led enterprises, net job creations, key constraints facing businesses, opportunities, and policy recommendations. Also, Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Senator John Eno, said the only reason Nigerian economy has not collapsed is because of the resilience of micro, small, and medium enterprises, adding that the country cannot build an industrial economy if our entrepreneurs cannot access the capital that is required for growth. While noting that the government still has so much to do for entrepreneurs, Hennock pointed that the subsector has been able to make the progress that it has because of the resilience and creativity ingenuity of its members. In the major development, investment firm VFD Group has announced the successful redemption of its 12.83 billion naira series of 5 commercial paper issued under its 20 billion naira CP program. According to the statement from the firm on Tuesday, the redemption was executed on its maturity date of 14 November 2025. BusinessDay reports that VFD Group PLC recently launched and 50.67 billion naira rights issues of 5 billion units of ordinary shares at 10 naira per share as part of its strategy to consolidate growth and deepen its investment footprint across Africa. VFD Group said that by redeeming the 12.83 billion naira commercial paper, it demonstrated its capacity to generate internal liquidity to meet all obligations as and when due. On the outlook, the company said the successful redemption underscores its commitment to financial excellence and stability. To end the business news hour, TikTok banned 3 million videos in Nigerians between April and June 2025 for breaching its community guidelines, the platform revealed in its latest enforcement report released yesterday at the West Africa Safety Summit in Dakar. The same report shows that worldwide TikTok took down 189 million videos during the second quarter of 2025, meaning Nigeria accounted for roughly 2% of global removers, despite having a smaller share of platform's total user base. In Nigeria, 98.7% of the removed videos were identified and deleted before any user viewed them, and 91.9% were taken down within 24 hours of being posted. Globally, 99.1% of videos were caught proactively and 94.4% were removed within 24 hours. The figures were presented as TikTok hosted its first West African Safety Summit in partnership with Africa activities attended by government officials, regulators, civil society groups, and experts from Nigeria, Senegal, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Ethiopia. And this is where we wrap it up this morning on the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Thank you, and keep watching Business Day Television.
say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Owejabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You're welcome to The Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze. Nigeria's small and medium enterprises are some of the most creative, resilient, and resourceful in the world. Our fashion, music, technology, and innovations are celebrated globally. Yet back home, many of these businesses operate far below their true capacity. Factories run at 30%, local producers struggle to compete with cheaper imports, and supermarket shelves are stocked with foreign alternatives, while homegrown brands fight for visibility. The big question is, why are Nigerian SMEs still stuck at a fraction of their potential, and what will it take to unlock full productivity? Today on Business of Big Story, we are joined by someone who has spent years helping entrepreneurs build systems, structure, and sustainability. Adiola Olanio, founder and business system architect at adeolanio.co. Adiola, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, let's start with the big picture. From your experience working with SMEs across Nigeria, why do so many businesses operate below capacity despite having strong talent and creativity?
Okay, thank you for that question. So most Nigerian SMEs are not just short on talent. What they basically lack is structure. And people are doing good work, that's just the truth. But the businesses don't have clear processes or predictable systems or the right tools to support the talent. So everybody is working hard, but the business isn't working smart. So the solution is basically to start with simple systems, write down how you produce. No matter how small your business is, you need to write it down, document, write down how you produce, how you sell, how.
Jela, do we have you? I think we lost that for a bit. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with Adiola. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still the big story, and we still have Adiola at the other end of the line. Before we went on that break, she was trying to explain to us why many businesses actually operate on low capacity despite having strong creativity and talent. Adiola, please take it away.
All right. I was basically saying that businesses are not short on talent, and what they lack is structure, and it's because they don't have clear processes or predictable systems or even the right tools. And people are actually working hard, people are doing good work. And what it basically entails is you need to, no matter how small your business is, you need to document. You need to write down how you produce, how you sell, how you deliver your products. You also need to use basic tools. There are basic tools for things like inventory, for how you interact with you. You need those basic tools, just you, or you are just two on your team. Once people know that this is how you do things, or this is what you do, and this is how you do it, your capacity would rise immediately.
Talk about the market access problem. What does that actually mean for the everyday entrepreneurs trying to grow their business?
Okay, so for me, the market access simply means I have a good product, but not enough people can find it, or not enough people can trust the product. The people that found it, not enough people trust the product, or not enough people are buying it easily. So market access is basically visibility, a visibility issue, a distribution issue, or even a trust issue, and sometimes an affordability issue, all combined together. But before all of this, I would always say that you need to have a good product, because there are also some people that seem to, or some businesses that seem to have like the market visibility, but then they don't have a good product. And as time goes on, their market visibility majorly becomes an issue for them because they have a lot of issues that they can't handle. So the first things first is to make sure you have a good product. It's called a minimum viable product. It should, if you promise A, B, C, make sure your product is giving us A, B, C. Not that your product is giving us B and they're not giving us C. And then you need to also make sure that you get on marketplaces. You can get market visibility by getting on marketplaces where your customers already shop. So it means you need to do your research. You need to find out, where do my customers shop? What are the kind of products, or what are the kind of solutions that my customers or my clients need? Then you can also partner with probably other businesses that help fulfill the service or product that you are rendering. So if you need to partner with a delivery company, partner with riders. It also helps in attaining market visibility. Then you also need to build trust with your consistency. You need to have consistent packaging. Your customer experience should be consistent. You need to build trust with being consistent. That's also another way to gain market visibility. And visibility is basically showing up consistently. You can also use social media for that. And it's not just for selling, but for storytelling. Tell us how you produced whatever you're selling, or how your day goes, and all of that. Visibility and trust, it increases access. And before you know it, with consistency, your business is out there and everybody knows about it.
All right. Many SMEs, they complain about struggling to compete with imported goods. I mentioned that in my intro. So what structural or systemic gaps makes local products less competitive?
Okay, so imported goods often win, and this is because they come from countries where there's cheaper energy, they have better infrastructure, they have better government policies, they have a smoother supply chain, they have access to raw materials and all that. And in this part of the world, in Nigeria, local businesses face high production costs. Like, that is one of the things that kills businesses. And then you have things like inconsistent power, you have logistic stress, and so many other things, right? And I'll say the solution to this is to start with local. Fine, these challenges are there, right? And I don't think it's for us to actually compete with imported goods. It's basically for us to make what is ours better. So you can do that as a business by starting with local raw materials, where it is possible to reduce costs, right? Local raw materials does not necessarily mean low quality. It doesn't even mean that at all. It just means that you have access, the raw materials are accessible to you. Then you can also share resources with other SMEs too. I mentioned earlier about collaborating. You collaborate with other SMEs. Collaboration right now is like the way to go. So businesses that maybe are in your supply chain, partner with them, share resources. You can have things like bulk buying, you can, share workspaces, you can share logistics, and so on and so forth. And then you should also invest in equipment. You can also invest in equipment that reduces waste and speeds up your work. And for you to even also know what reduces waste and speeds up your work, you need to first of all document, which is what I mentioned earlier. Document, so okay, these are the things that I need to do that can speed up my process and reduce waste. So these small things, or these small operational shifts, are things that can reduce costs and improve competitiveness, despite the fact that you have imported goods that are so-called better. Yeah.
All right. Technology has become a key part of business growth. What kind of tech solutions or digital infrastructure do Nigerian SMEs need to scale effectively?
Okay, so for technology, I always say something that technology is fine, technology is the in thing, technology is what is obtainable right now. But the truth about technology is only as smart as the prompter or the person that is using the technology. So before you have a technology solution, you need to make sure again, or first of all, that your processes, your systems on the manual level are running optimally, first of all, because it is what you put into the technology that you're going to get. Is garbage in, garbage out. But as a small business, you don't need complicated technology, really. You just need technology that would basically remove guesswork. So things like maybe a simple inventory and accounting tool. But before you get a simple inventory and accounting tool, you must have separated your business accounts from your personal account. So that's why I'm still reiterating that despite the fact that you need technology, you need to first of all build the foundation for what you are going to instill or put into the technology. So things like simple inventory and accounting tools, a reliable payment system, because it's all about money. Like, we're all receiving payments, as a business. Then your workflows, your basic workflow automation, like your basic processes, this and this and this are the things that are the steps that are taken for something to be done. Then things like your customer relationship tools, they are also very, very important, because it helps you to track how maybe a customer feels about the experience they had with you, if they have complaints and all of that. And then other data tracking systems. So I would say that you should pick one tool that addresses maybe a particular, I don't want to call it problem, pick a tool or pick a problem, actually pick a problem and then find tools that can address those problems. Also, there's a problem in picking a tool, because as time goes on, you find out that you have so many multiple tools at the end of the day. So I would also say that you need to itemize all the problems that you have and then find out the tools that maybe one tool that can solve these multiple problems. So one tool that can solve like maybe a basic workflow automation problem or data tracking problem or a customer relationship problem all in one. Those are some of the things that are needed, and that is one of the strategies or part of the strategies that you can use to have these tools onboarded, basically.
Aside from the technology part, so let's now talk economics in simple terms. What really happens when Nigerians choose imported goods instead of buying locally made products?
Okay, so in simple terms, money leaves the country quickly. That's what it is. Money leaves the country quickly, and for an economy to thrive, we don't want the money to leave the country. So local businesses will lose sales. They'll produce less because they are losing sales. They'll hire less people, and then they'll also contribute less. And before you know it, it has weakened, the entire value chain. So this is a big problem, and SMEs must make their products visible and credible. And I'll emphasize on credibility so as to avoid this, because when Nigerians prefer imported goods, like it just shows that we're not going to be making anything as businesses internally, and it's not going to help our economy. It's not even going to help our future as individuals and even as a country. So we should make sure that as businesses, our products are visible, our products are credible, there's consistency. Improve your packaging. If you have to improve your packaging, maintain standards. In fact, create standards, maintain standards, create standards that can stand with international standards, right? And then offer guarantees or returns. You are a human being too. You are also a client or a customer of another business too. So put yourself in the customer's shoes or in your client's shoes and offer, returns, have policies that are humane, basically. Fine, you are also going to make money, but just make sure that you do these things to ensure that money does not leave the country quickly. When local quality is visible, customers feel safe choosing it. So yes.
Research actually shows that every naira spent on local products can circulate through the economy multiple times before leaving. So how impactful is this multiplier effect for job creation and also GDP growth? Do we have you, Adiola? I think we lost her again for a bit. Well, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with Adiola. Just stay with us. Welcome back. This is still the big story, and we still have Adiola Olaniel with us. Adiola, finally, before I let you go, what is your message to Nigerian entrepreneurs who feel discouraged by competition, low demand, and the pressure of imported goods?
Okay, so as a Nigerian, I will actually be giving this, this encouragement to my fellow Nigerians, and it is, don't judge your potential by the challenges around you. And the market is tough. We know the market is tough, but so are you. I believe that you have been given you have the capacity, right? That is why you are facing the challenges that you have. So all you need to do is to focus on what you can control. Focus on your systems, focus on your customer experience, focus on your quality, focus on being consistent. There is space for you, especially when you build with structure and consistency. There's space for you. Take one small step every day, fix one process, improve one product, follow up on one customer, and before you know it, your small systems will compound into big breakthroughs. So that is my message.
All right, thank you so much, Adiola Olaniyan. She's the founder and business system architect at adeolaniyan.co. It was very good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, the breakfast show continues with the social listening segment. Just stay with us.
From clean innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly. Right, organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment. Right, so a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation, and sustainability here at Schneider Electric. And it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
Meet Monica all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day Television News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Auditor General indicts CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes. NGS foreign trades hit unprecedented 2.0 trillion naira milestone. Nigeria businesses created over 14,000 jobs in 2025, report says. Bitcoin sinks towards mid $80,000 as dormant wallets unleash sell pressure. UEFA approves Barcelona's Camp Nou return in Champions League. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation has accused the Central Bank of Nigeria under the leadership of the former governor, Godwin Emefiele, of recirculating dirty and unfit banknotes valued at 29.77 billion naira in violations of the Apex Bank's own clean note policy. The allegation is contained in the newly released Auditor General's annual report on non-compliance and internal control weaknesses in MDS for the year ended December 31st, 2022, detailing how several CBN branches issued out banknotes already classified as countered or audited dirty, a category of notes formally processed and certified as unfit for circulation. According to the report, the CBN released the condemned note across Abuja, Lagos, Bauchi, and Jos branches between April and December 2022, with the Abuja branch accounting for the bulk of the reissued notes, with 28.615 billion naira released between October and December 2022. The Lagos branch issued 970 million naira in December 2022, while Bauchi released 30 million naira in April of the same year. The Jos branch also issued 50 million naira and 100 million naira on May 16th and May 27th, 2022, respectively. The audit team attributed the violation to weaknesses in the CBN's internal control systems, warning that the irregular release of dirty notes could expose the country to reputational damage and reduce note durability. Moving on, foreign portfolio investors have returned to the Nigerian Exchange Limited in record numbers, with transactions hitting 2.03 trillion naira as of October 2025, a level that surpasses all annual foreign participation recorded since 2007. This was revealed in the latest domestic and foreign portfolio investment report of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, showing that foreign participation in the market this year is already higher than any full year figure since 2007. This points to improved investors' appetite for the Nigerian market, boosted by
welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news at noon right here on the Business Day television. Moving on to the foreign scene, Bitcoin extended its slide in the early hours on Friday, sinking towards the mid-$80,000 range as a wave of selling from long dormant wallets, a sudden shift in global rate expectations, and increasingly bearish derivatives positioning combined to rattle the crypto market. According to reports, Bitcoin fell below $85,500 on Friday morning, marking a first 7% drop in 24 hours and leaving the world's largest cryptocurrency down more than 20% over the past month. Market makers say the downturn is being driven primarily by a surge of altcoins hitting centralized exchanges. Liquidity provider Flowdesk, in a circulated report, stated that the market has been absorbing a heavy supply of coins from long dormant Bitcoin wallets, with tens of thousands of BTC moving after years of inactivity. According to reports, these long idle coins, often considered among the most unlikely to sell, have shifted market psychology, overwhelming bids, and thinning liquidity at key support zones. In other news, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services has announced new immigration filing fees that will take effect from January 1st, 2026, following an annual inflation adjustment. The updates reflect inflation recorded between July 2024 and July 2025, in line with the fee adjustment requirement under H.R. 1. According to USCIS, the updated fees comes from the mandatory annual adjustment process introduced in H.R. 1, requiring the Department of Homeland Security to revise certain immigration fees at the start of every fiscal year based on inflation. USCIS revealed that beginning from 2026, these annual updates will continue in each subsequent year, explaining that all applications postmarked on or after January 1st, 2026 must carry the new cost. And moving to sports, Barcelona next Champions League match at home will be at the renovated Camp Nou Stadium with partial capacity. The club revealed on Wednesday that it will host Eintracht Frankfurt at the venue on December 9th in the league phase of the European competition, with about 45,000 tickets expected to be available. According to the club, UEFA accepted the team's request to return to the Camp Nou, considering that all necessary requirements have been met. The club reportedly needed an exemption from European soccer's governing body, as regulations state that teams must use the state stadium for all 4 home games in the league phase. To end the news, the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce has announced plans to host its 2025 golf tournament aimed at deepening bilateral ties and expanding business opportunities. Chairman of NBCC Golf Committee, Tayo Babalakin, speaking at the press conference in Lagos, says the golf tournament will take off on the 11th of December at the Ikoyi Golf Club. Babalakin described golf as a golden choice, noting that it is a calm and serene sport free from the tension business leaders often face. According to him, the NBCC Golf Cup also serves as a social and networking platform designed to enhance business interactions among participants. Babalakin added that the tournament will bring together business leaders, innovators, investors, policymakers, and other key stakeholders in trade and investments to strengthen relationships across Nigerian and British organizations. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day television news at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us and keep watching Business Day television.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARE program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done. such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria.
It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
watching Business Day Television.
Wow. Welcome viewers to today's edition of BDTV Match Center. Well, I'm sure a lot of Nigerian fans are not happy. We are here to recover from the shock. But what do? We have to move on. We have to move on. You know, they give us hope and they dash the hope where it mattered most. Well, we are here again to talk about, you know, what played out and how Nigeria did not get the World Cup ticket. And hopefully people are now saying, okay, the 2025 AFCON should be a compensation, you know, for missing out on the 2026 World Cup. But the World Cup is still the biggest tournament, football tournament. So even if you win the AFCON, I don't know that cannot be a proper compensation. But we're here to talk about it, and with me here on the show is Ibrahim Abubakar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Anthony, it's been a while. You can see you are still boiling. You are boiling.
Nice to be here.
It's nice to be here. Wow. So let's just look at it, because initially, before getting the playoff ticket, it was like, we're not going to qualify. And from where we just got the playoff, we won the first one solid. And we're like, thank God we are not playing Cameroon, that DR Congo should be a pushover. Maybe is it that we underrated those guys? And in all fairness, we didn't play well against DR Congo. In all fairness, those guys played as if they were tired. So, Anthony, what do you think went wrong? First, let's start with that, against DR Congo.
So, do you want my reply against just DR Congo?
You can maybe route to where you get to before we go to that.
So I wouldn't want to speak on. I know you asked the question of DR Congo, but I don't want to speak on just DR Congo, because before the DR Congo match, I have seen the issues that have been plaguing the Super Eagles for a very long time now. And these issues are dated back almost 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken.
What are the issues?
So right now, the issues are based off of our... So I was on Twitter the other day. I was trying to follow up on a conversation with someone. And the person was asking me, we were talking about like the whole Messi and Ronaldo thing going on. And I told the person, football or the World Cup, winning the World Cup, it's not just about how great you are as a player. It stems from how great is your country in general in terms of their footballing structure. That would show you what they do. The process and the structure will trickle down from the organizers or from the body of each country to their national team, to their coaches, down to the staff members. These are things that should be taken in account when looking at a national team. But unfortunately, our loss against DR Congo is just like it's like telling us this is what has been coming so far. If you put DR Congo and Nigeria basically in the rankings, in FIFA rankings, we are ahead of them. And for them to have beaten us the way they did, it tells a story that we are not where we are supposed to be as a footballing nation. Because you won't say, oh, it's the coach's tactics that did this. You won't say it is because our keeper did not catch the remaining.
So you are blaming it on administration.
It is
so just hit nail on the head, don't? Are you blaming it on the Nigerian Football Federation because you are trying to be diplomatic and all of that? So because the NFF are in charge of running football administration.
Yes.
So you are blaming it on NFF.
So basically, I have to blame the NFF because they are the ones who call the shots here. There have been videos whereby the former NFF president Amaju Pinnick he claimed that he wanted Ahmed Musa in the team, and Ahmed Musa was not in that team. It was like he had to tell the coach that he needs him because he's his boy. And this is someone that we know that Ahmed Musa is a good player. Don't imagine how many other players he would have influenced in the national team, knowing fully that they have a coach that has the responsibility of picking players. This is exactly what I've been talking about the last time I was here, speaking on our national team, that the NFF has too much hold on our Super Eagles, and it's more political than it's football.
So Ibrahim, do you quite agree with him? Because I recall after this happened, this shocker, A lot of people are saying overhaul the NFF. Some of those players that are not showing commitment, overhaul them, and all of that, and all of that. Yeah, for me, yes, I would say the NFF, because if the Super Eagles succeed tomorrow, NFL will still take the credit that yes, they managed them well. Because if you check, at the point they were bonus wahala, for me, I think that could be a distraction.
Thank you.
And do you still agree with him that yes, we should blame NFF for this, for missing out at the World Cup?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. For me, I personally think it is delusional on the part of Nigerians to think what happened to Nigeria against DR Congo is a shocker. It's not. The fact that we were playing, we are in that phase, playing the qualifier.
It's a shame.
The playoff phase is a shame.
It's a shame. It's a failure on its own.
It's a failure on its own. So
true.
It's
I agree. I agree.
So I agree with what you said. Administration-wise, we're not getting it right. If you look at the list of countries that have made it to the World Cup now, you see names like Scotland. Scotland hasn't been there for over 20-something years, I think. And Norway too, been struggling for years to get that ticket, and eventually they made it there. Nigeria has not been to the World Cup since 2018.
Yeah.
And we know that when it comes to Africa's football and the global scene, Nigeria make it happen.
Yeah.
You saw what happened in Russia 2018.
True.
And I think Nigerians just as the highest sales.
Yes. I was there.
You understand? So we should be able to command some of these things. If we can command economic prowess in terms of what the national team can do, then we should be able to show it on the pitch. The game in itself against DRC is a shame. We didn't play anything.
No, we didn't play. It was poor. It was shambolic.
Yeah, it became worse with the fact that Osimhen was not on the pitch. It became worse. There was no tactics. There was no clear-cut direction or where we're going. What do we want from this game? Oh, we want to play penalty kick. Okay, why are we not having a true icon who we know can play penalty kick?
And that is why, sorry to cut you short, I was going to go there because I watched that game. Even I'm not a coach, but it's like the coach himself does not have an understanding of the team. Yeah, you just like Super Eagles was like a team that was on life support machine. You understand? The chances of surviving is 50-50. But if you look at it against the Congo, we had that at least 55% of surviving. The coach not starting Akko was a terrible mistake. The coach again, if you watch those guys, they removed their goalkeeper and brought they can. Why didn't you bring Ekong in? And again, when you are playing penalty, the first 2-3 people that will kick that penalty should be those that you know that they are good at scoring penalties. Why would Kevin Bassey, why does he play penalty? Why would the defenders kick the first penalty? So all these things, like what we said, all boils down to NFL because they're the one that recruited coaches and all of that. So what are the things they looked at for when they want to recruit coaches for the national team? Do you understand? So I quite agree with you on that. So it's so painful that we are where we are now. So will you agree with people saying that they should overhaul the NFF? We have the AFCON in a month's time.
Absolutely, 100%. So it's not.
Is it the right time to do that?
It's just not. There's never a right time. There's never a right time.
So
if you say you want to wait till after AFCON, then what's going to happen? We are not going to the World Cup.
So
if you want to do it now, let's get it done now. So because again, you look at, it's not just the people. Look at former players from Ayebini. Different generations.
I had this interview. It's so sad with the NFF withholding players' bonuses. It's shameful. It is very shameful. And for me, I think there should be a forensic report as regards that because the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is so passionate about sports. And I'm sure he's not happy with what is happening. But I leave like what you said and what I said. Taking drastic action first. Maybe I'm feeling that let's just go for the AFCON. And we'll have another 2 years to rebuild our sports.
If we go for the AFCON, we should be a mediocre team. It should be a mediocre team. So why not just overhaul it now? And we can now blame that mediocrity on, we just overhauled. That's why we're having these issues. Because again, if you look at what we're doing in this country, it is not something to write home about at all. We cannot beat a JRC. We cannot beat South Africa. We cannot beat countries. Even the former coach of Nigeria, Benin Republic, I think, played wonderfully well. They scored more goals. You understand?
And they did well in the group stage, and they were in fact they were just not happy.
Left to the fact that Eritrea, left that qualification,
Yeah, it would have been gone.
Nigeria could have been gone.
Yes, would have been gone.
We
had a second chance. We blew it.
So I think this is where I have to come in. Sorry for cutting you short. This is where I come in. You see, we are talking about when Eritrea left the whole thing and we still did not qualify. This is what I mean. I'm sorry to say, but I did not want Nigeria to be in this World Cup. I wanted us out so that we experience the reality of what is happening to us.
But it's not the first time. We were not at the last World Cup. Did you learn any lesson?
I'm coming somewhere. If we had made that mistake of qualifying for the World Cup,
we assume that all is well.
Now look at what's going on. The under-17 that we have proud ourselves in over the years, we are not there. The under-21, the same thing. The women's national team, the same thing. And look at all this right now. And what is it? Look at our national team. We change coaches like we are changing wears every single day. Is that how it's supposed to be done? Look at what's going on in England. You pick a manager. He managed your team for years. His coach of Portugal, Martinez, has been in Portugal for how many years now? Almost 2 years. There has not been any issue with
the choice of recruiting managers for the national team.
Taking that context of why do we not have like a tongue to come play the what's called?
That's why I blame Chile on that. I blame
Chile. There is also speaks to the fact that it might
there
not.
There is no longevity.
It might not be the one picking this team himself.
Exactly.
When you're telling, when you president saying that, I'd love to have an Ahmad Musa in the team. You're already
you're saying that Chile is not in charge of the team.
Obviously, it showed when we had the local version of the competition of AFCON, Chan. Nigeria could not be Sudan.
And it was disgraced. Chile was even disgraced.
You understand? We had almost 90% Remo Stars player. And what did the South African team, Mamelodi Sundowns, did to Remo Stars just recently? They were whipped. They took them to the cleaners. They trained them how to play proper football. Remo Stars, which you count as number one in the NPFL.
They were messed up.
Was demolished.
You
understand? So the quality of play is so
poor. I understand the emotions. I understand the pains. I understand. And again, if you check, there are different divides. Scrap the NFF. Let's boycott AFCON. But again, I believe the best way to build is not to destroy, because it takes a long time to build, and it takes very little time to destroy. We might say let's scatter everything and let's build afresh. We might not finish building for 10 years. You might build and the thing is falling. And that's why I suggest, I feel what the president have said, that it's very emotional. But guys, it's just like a child who failed tests. You understand? You failed your test, but boy, don't cry too much. You have the exam, at least you can still make up with it. If you do well in your exams, you might not get distinction, but at least you can get a B or a C. So the president have come out and said, okay, guys, you guys should focus on the AFCON. And, like telling Nigerians that this is the second chance. So the thing there is that, okay, for me, if I were the Super Eagles and Chile, winning the AFCON for me should be a priority for now. It's just like when they say you have to appease the gods, appease Nigerians, that are sad. And if peradventure, Gian said, looking at the caliber of teams that are there, so I think we say Nigeria is a big nation in football. It's just that we have suffered administratively, and that's our biggest challenge. We have what it takes. If those guys want to play with the right selection and everything, we have what it takes. I'm saying that maybe switch to AFCON. Okay, if we peradventure win the AFCON, will it compensate for the World Cup? Failure to qualify for the World Cup.
Again, it should be delusional. AFCON, you can't compare AFCON to the World Cup. Participating alone in the World Cup is the glory as an African team. Now, you saw what Ghana tried to do against Uruguay, and
yes,
they were supposed to be the first African team to move to that next level.
Yes.
The Morocco also tried to do something similar last time. So you could see you cannot compare. Okay, what selection are we going to make for the AFCON? The reason why I say Chile is not in charge of that team is after Osimhen, who is the next
9?
But you should have started. You should have started he should have started Akko.
I understand if
Osimhen was not fully fit.
because they played 120 minutes.
Who is Akko in the first place?
You
Where does he
understand?
play?
Now we have
He's a striker. He plays for Sevilla.
If you take out Osimhen,
Yeah, no, Akko has not done bad. He's calling his
globally,
he has not done bad.
globally, Nigerian player. If you take out Osimhen, who is the next possible player who is performing right now as a striker? Not Tolu.
No, that in fact, for me, in fact, his substitution was.
That's ownership. Then ask yourself, if Tolu is being.
I look at that for me. I'm trying to say he should not play for the national team again.
He should.
That guy has no boss sense. I'm trying to say.
Then I'm coming.
He's just running around.
According to what you said now, then why are we calling him up every now and then? This guy is on the bench. He whoops.
Maybe Eric Chile now. You see, in all fairness, you know, sometimes I always say in football, you might not lose, or you might lose at a point where it matters most.
Okay.
Do you understand? I think this was Eric Chile's first competitive defeat since he became Super Eagles coach, and it came with a cost. And if you check before he took over the job, others, like what Tony said, NFF in the business of changing managers, like you're changing t-shirts, you're changing your shoes and all of that. Other managers, they lost, and we still feel that, okay, there's still hope. But he came, he has been winning, and the moment he lost, where it matters most, and we're out of the competition. So then I feel that, okay, this could be, yes, let's go back to the drawing board, because sometimes mistake is inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. Just that it's good to make mistake where you can make amendments. So for me, I feel that maybe Chile now, because I know that people are saying it should be sacked. I won't say that Chile should be sacked now. We have done that in the past. We have done that in the past, and it backfired. He has learned his lesson.
Yes.
And I feel that he has seen some things. But again, like what Riley said, will he be giving the free hand to select his players?
That probably starts with you.
Because if he has the free hand to select his players, I can assure you there will be changes in that thing. But like what you said, if somebody from the glass house says, I want Anthony Dugba to be on the team, so
they pay his salary.
They pay salaries. So that's the problem. So it's one of the things that also killing our football.
Exactly.
It's killing our football. It's killing our football.
It's the same thing we're saying. It's not just a Nigerian thing. Even in Africa, we heard the story about Mbappe, who his father, took to Cameroon to, my guy can play football. You see him doing it in France. Let him play for the national team, Cameroon. They asked him for a bribe.
And he left.
They have to take him back to France.
And he has won the World Cup with France.
You understand what I'm
saying? He's played for Real
Madrid.
Madrid.
You look at the French national team has won the World Cup. You see an N'Golo Kante.
They are dominated by 80% blacks.
You understand?
So it shows you that Africa, like Moyo said some other time, that Africa has what it takes to win the World Cup. Because if you look at the French national team, most of them are migrants.
Even the English national team.
You understand?
Bellingham is black.
He's black.
You have Saka.
Rashford too is black.
He's black. There you have Saka. There is also you understand what I'm saying?
So we have the talent here, but it's just that we've been having issues with administration. So we are feeling that maybe the outcome might not be the total compensation. You can't win first, you can't win second, but you are not last. Just something that we can build for. Maybe after the AFCON, we'll now come back to the drawing board and say, okay, yeah. Because to be honest, even the players to themselves, they are sad. Because for me, not playing at the World Cup, they are the biggest hits. Because many of them, this is their last attempt. Somebody like Ekong, Lukman, a lot of them, except for maybe like Nwabali, Akko, most even Osimhen cannot guarantee that he'll be at that level in 2030 World Cup, even if there is opportunity, because his fan would have dipped. So they are the worst hit themselves. So they might want to see this Nations Cup.
I need to say something here. So we were given 10 slots from Africa to make it to the World Cup, and out of 10 slots, we are not there. Now we are looking at the AFCON, to see whether we can actually win it. But then again, look at the teams that we're going to play against in our group stages. We have Tunisia, we have Tanzania, and we have Uganda. Can you categorically tell me that Nigeria would
you only need two people
from that group stage?
Of course.
Remember, we underestimated Congo.
Yeah. But if you go down the memory lane,
there is no memory lane.
If you go down the memory lane, they've been a nemesis to Super Eagles. If you go to down memory lane, they
The
the
thing is, even if you're going to lose, let us see that you give your best.
That's the thing. I
Nigeria
don't
did
want
not
us to
lose.
They didn't play anything.
I don't want to take the Nigeria team that we won the competition.
I understand if
it could be
Afcon was not
fatigue.
starting because of the
It could be fatigue.
It was a 2-day difference.
Yes.
They played 120 minutes.
Yeah, it could
So
be fatigue.
Afcon coming in to
Yeah,
come and,
it could be fatigue.
And how do we do that without knowing that it's only Osimhen we have in that squad as a top 9?
Then we have
What do we do? We have a problem.
Onachi is in
But
form.
Onachi had that opportunity of playing. See.
Oh, no, so my question is, if
Onachi is good, but again, we have never had a very good
so my
outing.
question is, if you want to play a qualifier, do you take your best leg there, or you take players that you know they can do it? Or
No, you take your best leg.
Thank you very much. So after Osimhen, who is the next possible striker that is doing it very well right now?
Onachi is doing
Thank
well.
you very much. So why do you not have a Toluwari Kudare ahead of?
No, that guy should never play.
And this is the reason why
Onachi is the top scorer ahead of Osimhen.
This is the reason why we need a research team in the Super Eagles squad, and why Eric Chelle needs a research team. And this is where the whole problem of structure comes in. Now, my question is, how do we solve the problem? We already know we have a problem. How do we solve it? My own guess is, so in some cases, I partly blame sports journalists in Nigeria. Because we have given NFF so much free chance to do whatever we do.
We're not criticizing them.
They are not asking the hard
even
questions.
with the corruption in the NFF and all of that.
They're not going to the offices to put questions on who are supposed to, guide our structure in football in Nigeria as it is. So what do we do as our past heroes, those that claim that they've played for the sport, they've seen the corruption coming down for so long. What are they doing?
Nothing has been done.
Nothing has been done. They can't come out. What they do is they go to podcasts. Going to podcasts cannot solve our issues right now. What we need them to do is for them to come up straight and challenge the NFF head on. There's corruption that have gone down. These people have 98% of our players have been affected by this corruption going far.
Yes.
NFF executives get as much as $10,000 as salaries every week or every month. Why are player salaries being owed? These are the questions we're supposed to ask. There's supposed to be protests. There's supposed to be, not maybe heavy protest, but at least some protests. Go to the offices with placards, take the media team along with you. Let questions be asked.
That's actually very bold of you. Yeah. Have you seen the press conference of the NFF?
It was so shambolic. It was so shambolic. Come on.
The backdrop of
I understand.
It was so shambolic.
I understand. But I understand. But the joy of this thing is that if we continue talking about this, you are pained. I'm pained also. Because for a sport journalist, the World Cup, covering the World Cup is the height of your career, because you mingle, you get connection and all of that. I recall my experience in 2018, in Russia. So, but we have to move on. And if we continue like this, and we might spend another 30 minutes discussing the Super Eagles and all of that. But Ibrahim, thank you for always being on ground. Anthony, also thank you for always being on ground. Viewers, this is how far we can go. It's painful, it's annoying, but let's just keep hoping. And I think our national team needs rebuilding. Maybe perhaps after the AFCON, maybe let's see if the AFCON glory can just be a sort of compensation for a lot of Nigerian fans. They were not happy for, Nigeria not qualifying for the 2026 World Cup. And from there, maybe we'll start from a new slate. Thank you for watching. Please stay tuned for next week for your best sports show, BDTV Match Center. My name still remains Anthony Nleben. Cheers. See you next week.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Yes, it is BDTV, Business Day Television, and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, yes, both local and international. Talking about home and abroad, be it whatever it is that you know is necessary to push across different industries. So here we identify the unpromised and give you that which you need. Remember this, problems are what they are, but right here we solve them. Several industries we talk about, its economy, of course, business values, and also how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians across Africa relative to the rest of the world. This is Industry Focus, most definitely. So let me quickly run you through 4 segments that will keep you locked right here on Business Day Television. First and foremost, we'll come through with our quote of the day, since we're talking film distribution in Nigerian movie industry and how it affects Africa. And secondly, we do have a captain's opinion with our guest, Norway Alexis Shegun Ojo. You get to find out exactly why she's a key person when it comes to film in distribution and, of course, also movies and a whole lot of other stuff. You want to find out the creative sector. She will join us also. Then, right there, we'll talk about the challenges of film industry in Nigeria industry, most definitely. Then deal or not deal, we hear the federal government is doing some great stuff to push across the creative sector, exactly what we have. So that we'll be coming through with retrospect. Also, don't have Valentine. Industry. Welcome back. Industry Focus. We haven't changed anything. Business data. Yeah, let's quickly give you the quote. What they say, when something is nice, you better play it twice. I've got 2 quotes for you, and this one goes this way. Number 1 says, begin every film with distribution in mind. That's one. The second one goes, most films get distributed, right? But few ever get the views they deserve. I'm going to ask my guest about that if she agrees or not. All right, she's in the building already with me. So I take it again. Number 1, it says, right, successful producers begin every film with distribution in mind. That's 1. 2, most films get distributed, but few ever get views they deserve. with that in mind, let me jump straight up to my guest. Let me break it down so you know who I have in the studio, so you don't miss anything for the world. About my guest, Nowe Alexis Shegun Ojo is the general manager of distribution and marketing for Nile Entertainment, with over 13 years of experience in public relations, brand strategy. She was previously, the group PR and communication manager for Filmhouse Group at the time. That was in the past, right? Her current role involves expanding African content globally. She's also a mother of two, a fantastic mother at that, and a volunteer who is passionate about leadership and impact, talking about taking our local content to the world. Nowe Alexis Shegun Ojo, welcome to the studio.
I had to look back
to be sure.
To figure out, am I the person you're speaking on?
Right,
yes, thank you. I'm very, very excited to be here at BDTV.
Right.
And you've been doing such a great job being a host. Well done.
Thank you. You're welcome. Your career so far has been awesome, that we know. But again, it is film distribution, entertainment production. Very quickly, why that first and foremost before we jump into the other hard part?
Your other hard part.
Right.
Why film distribution? Why not? Why not? But in all honesty, path that I asked myself, I think I was proud about. And when it came about, I just was, good fit with what do marketing, around that I did, but work. In here, the new education, marketing, right? It's very simple. You want your product to be distributed across whatever channel. It's not rocket science. And the one is try to watch marketing good fit. I'll give it up to herself. I'll give it up to her, and I call her like one of the best HR managers. That this is a good path for me, and so far so good. I don't.
So far so
I do not.
And you smile to relax itself.
Okay.
And like they say, money. It's you can't talk about big money. It focuses on that industry, the GDP, grows the economy, right? So and this one was said from one of our viewers, says piracy has been a historic nightmare for Hollywood.
Yeah.
With shifts to digital, how has the nature of piracy evolved, and what innovative strategies are filmmakers now using to protect their work and revenue in the online space?
Wow, you went right into it. You didn't even give me time to breathe. I'm just coming. Take tea.
You can see on TV there. See, some of our journalists went out to capture some certain stuff there.
Yes, I can see that. So yes, you're right. It has been a harrowing challenge for Nollywood for many years. Piracy has not changed. Piracy has just evolved.
Right.
It has evolved from physical to digital. Yes, so physical, where I can see your TV right now, you had DVDs, they're selling on the streets, and it has evolved to digital, where platforms are being platforms like Telegrams. We've had Telegram platforms where people have uploaded films illegally.
Wow.
You have online platforms that are uploading films illegally. But as distributors and as filmmakers, because I call myself, because I'm in the ecosystem, we try to protect the producer by watermarking our products. We also have a cinema, I would say, like a scheduled release, like a particular release.
And by that I mean you want your audience to almost understand film distribution in the most basic way. So they know that when this film comes out, it's going to come to cinema. It's like a scheduled release window. It's going to come to cinema, it's going to be in cinemas for 8 weeks, 5 to whatever amount of weeks. And then after that, it's going to go to X streamer, right? So when you give them that, you're not leaving room for piracy. Well, you can't, we haven't eradicated it, we're trying our best. But when you give the audience some sort of consistency and what to expect, you know, they kind of already know what is expected, and they might not be too much in a hurry to go to those other platforms. Another thing that we as Nile, we have done is that we have partnered with something or platform called DG Guardians. So DG Guardians is a digital monitoring platform that tracks and monitors illegal uploads in real time. So what that means in real time, it's revolutionary.
That is the big kick
in real time, I
I
promise you. So what happens is the last time we've had just one issue, thankfully, in this year with all the products that we have distributed. And when we reached out to our partners, it was taken down in less than an hour. That is something that has never happened before. However, on the audience side, I think that we have a battle of perception. Right. We have to let them know that, you know, when you take someone's film, you're taking a producer's blood, sweat, and tears. You're stealing content from them. And not just that, you're taking the much needed finances from the economy. That's from the audience perspective. Now, from our perspective as exhibitors, as distributors, as streamers, we have to make the products available and accessible, much more accessible than the pirate platforms. So the onus is on us as exhibitors, cinemas. How much are your products? How much are the tickets? Is it too expensive? Can you, you know, can you figure out the price point? Because with Cinema Day that happened in Nigeria, where you had to sell tickets for 2,000 naira. Perception. So the Saturday before, we had 7,000 plus admissions, and after Cinema Day, we had 18,000 plus admissions. So what they want, but subscription fees, how much is it? And which is why we're proud to be consulting with StreamPay, another platform, a local streaming platform. From the onset of, you know, our international streamers being a little bit too slow, you know, just, you know, going out of the market a little bit. So we have local platforms like StreamPay that we've partnered with that are doing some really amazing things. We can talk about that much data. There's so much, there's too much.
So much to talk about. All right, you see, like this, when something is quite interesting to be uptight, rather more, you know, innovative and educative. So next question here, this one is quite, kind of hits home more. It says here, and these are our viewers who obviously want to know about this thing. So they ask questions. They say, look, based on the pathways, or better still, the data and transparency now, let's go there because of time. It says many filmmakers complain about lack of transparency in reporting. Now, how can a producer truly know how many times his film, right, was streamed, or how many DVDs were sold as an international distributor that you are? We see the statistics there, right, that shows, you know, movie cinemas in Nigeria is 2024, right? It says 18 Nigerian states have cinemas. Lagos account 54%. Lagos is the hub. So the question is, how can they track to say, okay, moving out, but you, my distributor, what, right? How can you help them?
Audience is very curious. I dare say that this is somewhat standardized, but I'm going to be speaking from a Nile entertainment perspective. At Nile, we send reports twice weekly. On Mondays and on Fridays. So we send like the weekend reports, what your film has done on the weekend, and then, you know, during the entire...
That's your crew.
Yeah.
On
My
TV then?
bosses
Yeah.
during the entire
Right,
week.
okay.
And with platforms like ComScore, where you can track box office performances, you know, it's a little bit easier for the cinema part of things, for us to tell you these are the numbers. And the numbers are real, because we still have a lot of doubts and people saying these numbers are not real. But guess what? If you report wrong numbers, you're committing fraud. You can't be arrested.
Right.
How can you? So every single number you see out there when it comes to cinema releases is real. Because if you as a distributor are announcing that you have made 100 million naira plus in cinemas, you're going to have to split that amount with your exhibitors, you're going to split that amount, and the producers are going to hold you accountable. But why are you giving me X amount when you said you made X amount in cinemas, right? Of course, there's a splitting formula, so we're not going to go into that. However, those numbers are real. If they are not real, they will arrest every single one of us for false, you know, for putting out false numbers.
All this, I didn't know. Like I didn't know, right? And somebody had no idea. But the good thing is that, you know, we're able to follow through to get this full detail.
Right. Sorry, pardon me. One more thing I have to say about data transparency is, because I just spoke on the cinema part of things, right? For distribution, you have a cinema theatrical release, and then you might move to streaming, right? For sometimes, most of the time. Now, we do have challenges with the producers really knowing how they're coming, of course, like YouTube, but you know, that's YouTube. But in terms of streamers, we have a partner called StreamPay. And what is revolutionary about StreamPay is the fact that there is an actual dashboard that you as a producer, you have access to. You can see in real time what your content is doing. And the USP of this all is the fact that you see how much your film has made and you can actually cash out instantly. Pausing.
Cash out instantly, because we're all about the money. Business Day Television. We try to follow the money to know how do people make money, how can we help to grow the industry, hence the name Industry Focus. All right, in case you're still with us, which I know you are, and you're in doubt, we're speaking with, you know, the formidable Noah Alexis Shegun Ojo. She is someone you want to say the go-to person when it comes to film distribution in Nigeria. Talking about Nile Entertainment, and she's doing great stuff, which is why she's here. Before we run away, because of time, I want to talk about how's this thing they're working on, right? And the plan is to help movie producers, help distributors, people like you, and every other person who's within your ecosystem. To begin to say, look, you know what, we want to upsell. And that was last year they said it. But the question is, are they pulling through? Do you really think that it's going to be a good deal? Let me just read it out so you know. It says, last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed it, and we have a video for that. Was the Minister of Culture, right? Said last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen policy frameworks that's how on TV, right? That is supposed to create room for collaboration and drive socio-economic growth within the nation's film industry. Now, that's Minister of Arts and Culture, right? And Creative Economy, right? That's Hanatu Musawa, right? She made that's how on TV. She actually dropped that last month. But the question is, are we beginning to feel that so far? Do you think it's a good deal or is it no deal?
I think Minister Hanatu is for the first time in the entertainment industry, we're getting a lot of attention. So everything.
Are you saying it's the best time for us to smile? Go ahead.
For the first time, you know, we haven't received this much attention in a long time. The ministry really puts their money where their mouth is. We see a lot of moves they're making, both from our end and even other stakeholders in the industry. They support, you know, even if it's presence physically. I'll give just a random example. At Cannes, for instance, you know, for the first time, we had a pavilion and where, you know, she was just selling Nigerian content to the world. I know for a fact that based on the Netflix challenges, she and a couple of other stakeholders traveled, you know, to have like a round discussion, like what is going on with Netflix. That really shows how involved she is. And I have nothing ill to say about Minister Hannah too. She's really putting in the work. I just wish that there were more tax reforms, you know, yeah, because we're taxed heavily, you know, withholding tax, entertainment tax, VAT. So if they are able to, if that's one thing that they can do for the industry, I feel like we'll all feel it in our bottom lines.
So it's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal. I'm going to shake your hand here and say it's a good deal. So my viewers get to know that, okay, I've got to know that there's a good deal.
Is Minister Hannah too behind the wheels? I'm so confident that she's going to make it happen.
Confident to make it happen? Most definitely. We can't even emphasize it even more. This is making more sense than I even expected. I must say you're doing so well on the show with all your information. You took your time to really grill the whole thing properly. So you come out
grilling me like, I'm like, what do I know? What am I saying?
But I think you're on point with it. Before we leave the studio, we want to know some very quick ones, and these are our viewers want to find out. That we know you have new projects coming up. All right. And we know you said something about some real play thing you guys are working on. So we want to know what are your new projects, and more importantly, how as a professional do you see film industry from your angle creating value and upping our GDP, making Nigeria better? 3 things I asked now.
Yes.
One, you know, what's happening, your new project coming up, and then of course, what's the plan to help, you know, make Nigeria better with what you guys do at Nile Entertainment?
So at we have quite a bit of projects. We don't have the time to.
That's your TV. You're doing a presentation over there.
That was a launch of Now Group.
Okay, go ahead.
We do not have the time to really go into detail. However, I'll speak on 2 things. We have a film coming up, Son of the Soil. It's a fantastic film. We won Audience Choice Awards.
Son of the Soil?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We won Audience Choice Awards in Afrif. That is coming out this Friday, so go watch it. But one of the projects that is really, really important to me and close to my heart is Real Play. And
how does that add value to Nigeria?
I will explain. So if I explain what Real Play is, and then you can understand the value we add to the creative economy, especially with the youth, right? So we have a lot. This is our response to the youth and filmmakers that are always saying, what are you going to do for us? You distributors don't do anything for us. You're always taking. How are we going to be in cinemas when we don't have the money or the budget for the P&A? And so what we decided to do was to go into partnership with Now Cinemas and have the cost of the P&A subsidized by Now Foundation. So if you are a filmmaker and you've put your films in festivals, or you've shot something that you think is big screen worthy, or you want people to really see this content that you have created, then bring your film to Nile Entertainment. And we're going to give you that opportunity to put your films in cinemas. Not only that, it's going to be a cinema incubator.
Cinema incubator, which we have all the time. I mean, we should invite you to come for this part 2 of this. You know what you say? The movie industry is so big and wide. And you have everything on you know, all packed and ready to give to us.
Yeah.
We want to thank you because of time. We should continue back to back because of time. We have to run away. But before we go away, we do have retrospect, which I'm going to have to read out soon. Now, for people who don't know, right, they forget so soon that there was a history, right? There's history that follows through that makes Nollywood and, you know, Nigerian movie industry make sense. So this one comes with what our what we call our own research comes through our research team. It says Nigerian cinema distribution, right, is strikingly uneven, with Lagos emerging as undisputed hub, hosting 114 out of the country's 206 cinemas. It says this means more than half, 54.8% of Nigeria's cinemas are in Lagos alone. This dominance highlights a state's strong cultural entertainment appeal, making it a destination for film enthusiasts and industry players. Do you agree with this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
As a research.
I agree with you, but I think the research, I think the numbers of cinemas have gone up a little bit.
Okay.
The numbers probably close to 300 now.
300.
It's still not enough to cater to the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria. But it's a little bit more than 200 and something. I don't remember. I saw that over 300.
300.
And we are second only to South Africa with the highest amount of screens in Africa.
Boom.
Yes, so we can't do more, we need more, but this is why we need government support.
This is why we need government support.
Yeah.
Before we go, any last parting words for the government, for people back at home watching, those who are creative minds and they really want to get movies out there, they don't know who to talk to, you're here. In 20 seconds.
Right, just keep creating.
That camera, I think, is yours. The one in the middle is yours.
Okay. Right, to the creators, keep creating no matter how difficult the road is, no matter how challenging it is. Keep putting out stories, don't let your stories live in your chest. At Nile Entertainment, we're here to receive those stories and to just show them to the world. And to producers, the big shot producers, continue doing what you're doing. It looks like we're contributing not as much to GDP yet, but if we keep coming together as a unit, I think that will really take this industry forward.
Take the industry forward. Thank you again, Noah, for gracing our wonderful studio. Hopefully we'll call you again. You wouldn't run away. Say that, the last time was too hard. It should be easy now, right? Thank you so much for joining us. We want to see you some other time, most definitely. All right, so those at home, we hope that you've been able to get one or two and you've gotten those information that you need to really want to kickstart your creative journey. If it's in the film industry or maybe you are in the music industry or entertainment. But like they say, if something is great, better do it twice. That is why next week, Tuesday, we'll come back to you again with this show, Industry Focus. It has been wonderful for those of you who missed out. We had Noah, Alexis, Shegun Ojo as our wonderful guest, giving you everything that you need and explaining to you why distribution in Nigeria will help the movie industry become even bigger. From me, BusinessDay Television, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira cools off at 1,450 Naira to dollar as CBN FX reserves its new high. Nigeria's air capacity sets to decline for second consecutive quarter in Q4 2025. Auditor General indicted CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes. And blackouts, manufacturers spent 676 billion naira on generators in 6 months. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The Naira held steady in the mid-1,400s on Thursday, despite rising demand for dollars. Lagos street traders sold the dollar at up to 1,475 Naira, slightly weaker than the 1,450 Naira posted on the official market. Analysts blame the widening gap on heavy import demand and thin FX inflows, but say the outlook is bright. Nigeria's reserves have climbed to $46.7 billion, a 7-year high, on the back of stronger oil receipts and renewed investor confidence. The central bank says the reserve now cover over 10 months of imports, calling it a key win for its reforms. At the National Assembly, lawmakers have given agencies 1 week to submit documents on the Naira for crude probe after most failed to show up. And moving on, Nigeria's air travel capacity is set for another major drop in the fourth quarter of 2025. Fresh data from IATA shows the country heading for a second straight double-digit decline, putting it among the weakest aviation markets on the continent. While Nigeria contracts, the rest of Africa is powering ahead. Tanzania is leading seat growth with a 21% jump, while Egypt and South Africa are preparing for strong expansions of 8.6% and 11.8%. Algeria, Tunisia, and Ghana are also set for growth, highlighting how sharply Nigeria's trend contrasts with regional momentum. Across Africa, airlines saw passengers numbers climb 7.2% and cargo surged by 12.5%, fueled by booming Africa, Asia, and Africa Middle East route. But Nigeria stands out for the wrong reasons, for shrinking capacity despite a broader continental rebound. And also, the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation has accused the Central Bank of Nigeria for recirculating 29.77 billion naira worth of unfit banknotes in violation of its clean notes policy. The allegations contained in the Auditor General's 2022 report revealed that several CBN branches reissued notes already classified as counted audited dirty. The audit said that the CBN governor should be summoned by the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee to justify the violations with sanctions under financial regulations if the explanations fail. The report also noted that the recirculation of unfit notes coincided with the CBN's controversial 2022 Naira redesign policy, which triggered a nationwide cash shortage and a ruling that extended the validity of old notes. Auditors raised concerns over delays in destroying condemned notes amounting to 3.57 billion naira still sitting in CBN vaults. And up ahead, blackouts, manufacturers spend 676 billion naira on generators in 6 months. We'll bring you more details after this timeout. Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Money.
You're welcome back to the news updates, and still on the Nigerian scene. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria says manufacturers spent 676.6 billion naira on alternative energy in the first half of 2025, but still failed to meet their power needs due to unreliable and costly electricity supply. MAN disclosed this in its October 2025 Manufacturing State of Affairs report, which also showed raw materials import hit 1.72 trillion naira and 18,935 jobs were lost in the same period. According to the latest Manufacturers CEO Confidence Index, inadequate power supply and high energy costs remained among the toughest constraints for producers in third quarter of 2025. The association urged the federal government to expand embedded generation and industrial cluster power projects to ease the burden on producers. Despite losing the 2024 court case against NERC and distribution companies over tariff reviews, MAN said Nigeria's electricity environment remains hostile to industrial growth. And moving on, Nigeria's new tax rules coming in January 2026 are stirring debate over how far authorities can go in tracking citizens' financial data, including remote workers and those with foreign assets. Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Yedele, says Nigeria already receives information from over 100 countries to help curb tax evasion. But privacy experts warn collecting sensitive data without consent could breach ethical and legal standards. Privacy experts and Nigerians abroad, however, are raising red flags. Lawyers warn that collecting sensitive personal data like income histories, foreign assets, or location information without consent could breach ethical and legal standards. They say GPS tracking and other invasive measures could violate privacy and worsen public mistrust. Economists call for transparency, saying citizens need assurance taxes fund public services. Oidle clarified that diaspora Nigerians are only required to pay taxes on Nigerian sourced income. Away from that story, government has announced temporary road closure in Ikeja this Saturday for the capital city race. The 10-kilometer event will take place between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m., starting from Ikeja Shopping Mall and ending at Archbishop Vining Memorial Church on Oba Akinjobi Way. The race route will pass through Billings Way, Kudirat Abiola Way, Okwebi Link Bridge, Adeni Jones, and Obakran Road near Lasut. Some roads and intersections along the corridor will be partially closed and reopened intermittently as the race progresses. Authorities say the closure will be phased to minimize disruption, with traffic personnel from the Nigerian Police, FRSC, and LASMA stationed along the route to enforce diversion and guide motorists. Commuters are advised to plan ahead, use alternative routes, and follow instructions on the ground. The government says the measure are designed to ensure the safety of runners while maintaining a steady flow of traffic nearby. And still on, VFD Group has successfully redeemed its 12.83 billion naira Series 5 commercial paper under its 20 billion naira CP program. The paper was fully settled on its maturity date, November 14, 2025, positioning VFD as a resilient issuer despite a high-yield market environment. The redemption comes as the investment firm pursues a 50.67 billion naira rights issue of 5 billion ordinary shares at 10 naira each, expected to close on November 24th. Since its first CP issuance in July 2023, the group has raised and redeemed 33.4 billion naira from the domestic debt market, marking 5 consecutive successful maturities since the program began in 2022. Executive Director of Finance and Investor Relations, Folajimi Adeleye, said the timely redemption reinforces investor confidence and strengthens the group funding structure. And still to come, Ramaphosa says US discussing coming to G20 in South Africa. White House denies. This and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. In South Africa, President Ramaphosa says the United States may be reconsidering its decision to boycott the G20 summit in Johannesburg. A view that Victoria received the notice from Washington suggests that the US might take part in one shape or form. The discussions are still underway to clarify what that means. The Trump administration announced G20 summit hosted in Africa accuses South Africa of discriminating against white people. It claimed the government reject, but the White House is denying any plan on participation. Fake news. But U.S. officials say it's only an envoy will attend the formal annual of the G20 presidency, not the summit itself. Meanwhile, the South African president
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
alongside renewed interest in markets like Egypt, Nigeria, and Kazakhstan. The surge comes as investors chase higher yields and move away from traditional safe haven debt. But with the US dollar still uncertain, analysts warn the momentum may not last. Portfolio managers say a more diverse group of investors, including hedge funds, is now entering this exotic local currency market, which can be hard to exit due to capital controls. Several frontier market index funds even shut down in recent years because of poor liquidity. But a weaker dollar and revived risk appetite have changed the landscape. Emerging markets, local currency debt is up nearly 17% over the past year. And now to the foreign scene. Foreign investors are slowing their rush to hedge against a weaker dollar, giving the US currency room to recover after the tariff shock earlier this year. Hedging spiked after President Donald Trump's April 2nd tariff announcement, when US stocks, bonds, and the dollar all tumbled. But banks now say those protective flows have eased. Nomura reports clients are no longer expecting urgent hedging, helping the dollar index rebound nearly 4% since late June. Data remains limited, but figures from BNY show investors were heavily positioned in US assets early in the year, signaling confidence the dollar wouldn't fall much further. Some assets managers, including Colombia Threadneedle, have even unwound earlier hedges as the currency stabilizes. And China's embassy in the Central African Republic is warning its citizens that they risk becoming mining slaves if they travel to the country's illegal gold site. The alert comes as more Chinese workers move to sub-Saharan Africa in search of income amid shrinking job opportunities back home. The embassy says Chinese nationals in Car face severe security threats, including kidnappings, killings, and scams by armed groups and even business partners. Some workers have had their documents seized, effectively trapping them in dangerous mining operations. Surging global gold prices and weaker regulations have also made nearby countries like the DRC, Ghana, and Mali hotspots for illegal mining. But Car remains especially volatile, with more than a decade of civil conflict and widespread military activities. The embassy says some Chinese workers have been ambushed or caught in clashes between armed groups, while others have died from diseases like malaria. It did not disclose how many Chinese nationals are currently working in Car's illegal mining sector. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to sports, where Barcelona's next Champions League match at home will be at the renovated Camp Nou Stadium with partial capacity. The club revealed on Wednesday that it will host Eintracht Frankfurt at the venue on December 9th in the league phase of the European competition, with about 45,000 tickets expected to be available. According to the club, UEFA accepted the team's request to return to the Camp Nou, considering that all necessary requirements have been met. The club reportedly needed an exemption from European soccer's governing body, as regulations state that teams must use the same stadium for all 4 home games in the league phase. And so in the news, the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce has announced plans to host its 2025 golf tournament aimed at deepening bilateral ties and expanding business opportunities. Chairman of the NBCC Golf Committee, Tayo Babalakin, speaking at a press conference in Lagos, say the golf tournament will take off on the 11th of December at the Ikoyi Golf Club. Babalakin described golf as a golden choice, noting that it is a calm and serene sport, free from the tension business leaders often face. According to him, the NBCC Golf Cup also serves as a social and networking platform designed to enhance business interaction among participants. Babalakin added that the tournament will bring together business leaders, investors, policymakers, and other key stakeholders in trade and investment to strengthen relationships across Nigerian and British organizations. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Monica, your all natural potency rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our economy, in our polity, and all of that. As usual in the studio today, we have two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor here also at Business Day, Mr. Chukwugroku. And gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And together we'll be looking at two key issues in our country today. First, last Saturday, the People Democratic Party went to Ibadan to have their national convention, during which some new school of the party elected. But of course, since after that convention, as controversial as it was, with all the legal issues surrounding it, even before they went to Ibadan, they are quite controversial. Of course, recall the portion of the tea on week and the former government share, and of course as it were, I mean the national national secretary of the party, Samuel Ayamu. Of course, these gentlemen and the rest of them who were suspended in that, who were expelled at that convention, have rejected that action. And of course, as we speak today, PDP has divided into two. We have the faction that is, so to say, led by the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, who were in Ibadan to do their convention. Of course, we have the faction that is led by the minister of the FCT, former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, a very controversial figure, if you like. And so we don't know what the direction that the PDP is headed. Of course, we will discuss that here and to see whether indeed whether PDP will survive, able to contest the 2027 election that we all talk about. And we are also going to discuss the adoption of 25 girls in the Kebbi State, in a school in Kebbi State on Monday, and of the implication of this, the security that we continue to have in our country, that since 2014, we've seen adoption of a school girl, we've seen adoption of a student, it has gone on and on. We seem not to be able to have a solution to it. Those are the two issues we are going to be discussing today. Welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bassi. Like I said, we have two gentlemen in the studio, and I'm going to start with you, Zed. Is the PDP headed for implosion?
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. What we're seeing is a situation where people think just for the good of themselves and not looking at the larger picture, the good of the country, the good of the countrymen. So what we are seeing is a fight for individual survival, a fight to continue to hold on to power and to continue to be relevant today, tomorrow, and next tomorrow. It's unfortunate seeing what is happening to the PDP. At a point, PDP was the largest political party
on the continent of Africa.
On the continent of Africa, and people admire the party when we have had the likes of Tony Anene, them, Bamanga Tuko, former Vice President
Atiku
Abubakar, and Ales Ekweme. So many good men, brilliant men, and eminent personalities that people respected. But what we have had over the last few years have been people who are moved by individualistic tendencies, who want to satisfy certain craves, and they wouldn't mind what happens if their interest is not served. The party, as we see it, is as good as gone. I think the last straw that brought the camels back was this convention, so-called convention at Ibadan at the weekend. Before the convention, as you noted in your introductory remarks, there had been legal pronouncements that this should not go on. The Wike fashion went to court and obtained court judgment that it shouldn't go ahead. The former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, also obtained a court injunction that this shouldn't go on, because you remember that when he stormed the PDP national headquarters at Wadata to collect form, he was told that there were no forms. And apparently the PDP only printed one form for Turaki, which was very, very wrong. And Sule Lamido didn't take it lightly and went to court and threatened that the convention will not hold. And he got court order. Then here in the Southwest, led by Sheyi Makinde, the governor of your state, he also obtained another court ruling that they should go ahead.
In Ibadan,
In Ibadan. So, on the basis of which they went ahead to organize that, the INEC that was supposed to be present to monitor and to authenticate that convention was not there, but they were saying that so far they had notified. That was what their constitution states. It doesn't matter whether INEC was on ground. So far, the body had been notified, and they went ahead. And today we are seeing what happened in Abuja, that the other faction, led by Samuel Anyanwu and Wike, had occupied the Wadata house of the headquarters of PDP, having their next meeting. So you can imagine the confusion that had brought. So before then, let's step back a little bit. That convention, they said they had suspended the FCT minister Wike and Samuel Anyanwu, well, with other few members. But many Nigerians thought or still believe that that suspension came a little bit late. The time they would have done that, they lacked the political will to do that. Many Nigerians have been wondering why had they tolerated Wike thus far. So, but now they have done it. I think it was wrong timing. And where that leads them is left to be seen.
Okay, thank you, Zeb. Where that leaves them is yet to be seen. Chuka, where is this leading the PDP? All of the crises that we are seeing, where is it leading the PDP?
Thank you so much for this question. But it is really difficult to say where that leads the party. But the destination can be determined if people at individual level decide to, allow the party have its way, have its soul. What is happening as here is people are fighting for individual interest. Nobody wants to look at the larger picture, placing Nigeria as the first point of consideration, placing democracy as a first point of consideration. Everybody say, well, if it is not me, let everybody let it all let let everything just go the way it can go. Because if you look at what the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Wike is doing, his own is, it's not about me, it's not about anybody else. And that's why it doesn't matter to him what happens to the party. Even though, in fairness to him, you remember that there was a time when PDP came so low to the point of even going into extinction. He mobilized resources, mobilized everything he could to resuscitate that party. But the fact that he could turn around the same person to see all his actions point to the fact that maybe he want to destroy the party and bury it if it is possible. So where PDP is headed is very difficult to determine at this point until this drama we are witnessing now decide to settle. People decide to reason beyond personal gains, beyond personal interest, and start placing Nigeria first, placing the democracy first. Because it is difficult to see if PDP can even contest the next election, given the present circumstances which it finds itself. You know, that tells you like what Adewale Adeboye said in the book he wrote called Why We Struck. The man noted that events mock at human foresight, and nothing in life is certain but the unforeseen. What you don't foresee is what is certain, not what you foresee. Because at a point, PDP will tell you, oh, we are the largest party in West Africa. We are going to rule this.
And they were, really.
In the next,
They were.
For the next 60 years.
And why they had that upper hand that time, don't forget that they were the party formed to fight the military. So there was unity. There was commonality of interest. Everybody was just focused on the common enemy. And that's why eminent Nigerians came together, 34 of them, and formed that party, made it a very formidable party. And everybody, wherever you are, I remember I was writing politics at the time. I went to interview one man. PDP doesn't seem to be a popular party, yet everybody is going to that side. He said, why do you think that people go to the market? Upon all the noise. Upon all the noise, people still go to the market because everybody knows what is going to buy from that noisy place. So it is what is playing out now with the PDP and APC.
People are
the APC is a very unpopular party that Nigerians ordinarily would like it to fizzle out into a thin air. But everybody is rushing towards that side because there is something to gain there. So in a nutshell, for me, it is difficult for me to say this is where PDP is headed in the run-up to 2027 election.
Okay, thanks. Zeb, there are people who believe that that the judiciary has not played a noble role as far as the party politics is concerned in Nigeria. And that's the problem that the PDP is having right now, that there's some, that the judiciary has played a role that this party, of course, are not following the judgment of the Supreme Court. Sometimes that the judiciary shouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of political parties. But we've seen the pronouncement upon pronouncement, judgment, counter judgment, and all of that. One would have expected that the judiciary should, kind of downplay its role as far as political parties is concerned, following the Supreme Court judgment. But again, we are seeing more of these things, judges making pronouncement, another judge will make a counter pronouncement, a lot of further, destabilizing parties, not just PDP, even the other political parties. We've seen that, trend also in the Labour Party and even other parties. Do you share this sentiment?
You see, a country gets the kind of leadership that what it calls for. By extension, a country gets the kind of judiciary it calls for, because for years things have not been going on right. And you and I have been watching how the judiciary comes up with all manner of pronouncement and judgments that even some people will wonder, is it a country that this thing is happening? You look at the Labour Party, for instance. The court ruled that the leader there, the chairman, Julius Abure, had served out his tenure. Yet, when the INEC is inviting leaders of party, INEC will still go and invite the same person to represent Labour Party. So, you see that what we are seeing is sort of Jankara judgment. Anybody just go. I was reading what Femi Ojodu.
Ojodu.
Yes, what he wrote on his Facebook wall, his experience with Kashamu. When he visited Kashamu, Kashamu brought out a briefcase.
That's the late Kashamu.
The late Kashamu, some years back, and showed him various degrees of judgments in his briefcase. This is a judgment written when that he has judgment had already been delivered in a certain case. Judgment, expected judgment. This is a judgment written in anticipation that he was going to have a court case. So each of these things, if he had any case in any court and a judge was assigned to handle that, he said already he has won. Just by greasing the palms of the judge, he will just hand him the judgment already written. And that is what is happening all over the place. Now, whoever that votes during the election does not matter. If you like, let all the people that got accreditation from the INEC during the election votes. Let every registered voter vote. It doesn't change anything. A result will be written at your back, and they will tell you to go to court. We have seen it, and we are going to still see it.
More of it.
Now, the Supreme Court has said that the court, judiciary, does not have any hand in the leadership of any political party. That should be the
internal
last
affairs.
Yes, internal affairs of a political party. That ordinarily should have nailed it. But we are now bringing all manner of variegated judgment from all over the place, and upon which we claim that we are right. So whatever that is happening in the judiciary, yesterday President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was at the event where the judges were meeting, and he was charging them, and he reminded them that the judiciary had become
He told them that judgment should not be for sale.
For sale, for cash and carry.
Yeah.
And then I listened to newspaper review today, and some other people were wondering,
is it the same?
How is this thing coming from the president? For people to be doubting that the president of a country could say such a thing, it tells a lot about the leadership of the country, about the system. Because people were shocked that our own dear president could make such a statement. If you have followed what Professor Chido Dekalo had been writing, he had been writing volumes about the way the judiciary has sunken. And everybody in this country who has followed the activities of the judiciary will tell you that the trust deficit has gone so low. Nigerians have become so disenchanted. Nobody is talking about judiciary when it comes to election, when it comes to political activities in this country. They have so gone down that even 2027, people are telling you that the result may have been written.
Wow.
So if a country comes to that low ebb, I wonder what the outside world will be looking at us, the eyes with which they are looking at us. And with these things we are saying here, we invite people, international election monitors, and they come here. And they monitor election that is credible. But when they turn their back, another thing will come up, and the judiciary will sanction it. So it's a slap, and it's unfortunate. I hope that the charge that the president gave yesterday will not just end in that hall.
They will stand.
And people will be able to implement and run with those charges he gave them.
Okay, thanks. Chuka, in light of the picture he has painted, I mean, the concern really of what it is that the judiciary has been doing. And of course, as it is today, we have two factions of the PDP. As we speak in Abuja, there's a struggle as to who is in charge of the secretariat of the party. The Turaki, left faction is, saying that the authentic, then the Iron faction is kind of holding on to the party secretary. So, really, do you see the PDP actually coming out of this, quagmire? And of course, given the role that the judiciary, is equally playing. Because if you go, for instance, the judge in Ibadan, State High Court in Ibadan, gave a judgment in favor of Makinde-led faction. The High Court judge in the Abuja will always give his own judgment in favor of Makinde-led. Yes. Can PDP come out of this quagmire, given the role that the judiciary itself is playing?
I think what is going to happen is who pays more? Who will pay the judiciary more? And then, if, for instance, Wike's faction is able to pay the judiciary more, they will get a better judgment, because everything may be decided at the end of the day in the court. They can't continue like this, because maybe one faction will decide to go to court. Who you have been suspended, you are still carrying yourself as members of the PDP. Okay, let the court decide whether you qualify to remain PDP members or otherwise. So if they resort to that course, going to court, it now depends on who pays more. And it is not difficult to determine who will actually pay more, because the FCT minister, for instance, will never take a defeat as an answer.
He had built houses and built all these things for the judges.
He had done so many
He had
things.
paid up front.
So he had paid them up front, and he may have the backing of the powers that be, where everybody is flocking to. So how they are going to come out of this will depend on what the judiciary will do. And it's just necessary I make a little comment about judiciary in Nigeria and the kind of judgment we have always seen. What we are seeing now is not new, because even in the Second Republic, when we were still boys, we can still remember what happened between Sisi Chris and Mauno and Jimmy Fight. Then in the East, then you had Bola Ige and Akino Moboriowo in the West. You will win election in the morning, and in the afternoon, you are no longer the governor.
Exactly.
And it continued like that, and until the military actually eventually
threw everybody.
Set everybody back. So the judiciary has been a major thorn on the flesh of democracy in this country. If there's any institution that doesn't allow democracy to thrive in this country, it's the judiciary. And until it wins itself of this kind of attitude to judgment, because how judgments are delivered is about geography. Where do you go to seek judgment, or where did you take your case to? You see, Makinde is winning in the West.
In Ibadan, particularly, where he has control.
He has control. And then the other people are in Abuja.
Where he has control. Yeah.
So judiciary is no longer about the law, no longer about the constitution, what is in the constitution, which they are supposed to interpret. Judgments is now given based on how much is on the table, and not what
loyalty.
So it is difficult to say, given this kind of scenario, what is going to come out of what PDP, how they are going to come out of it, because eventually everything will end in the courts, and in what court decides is what everybody will follow. Maybe an endless litigation.
All right, thank you, Chuka. Well, that's it for that. I mean, we wait to see how PDP will come out of this, and what it will eventually become of PDP as a party, as we move towards the 2027. Whether or not the PDP will even contest the 2027, because the way it is going, it seems as if they may not even be able to even have a candidate, because as it is now, and the judiciary is very critical here.
Yeah, of course.
Very critical, because if you emerge as the flag bearer of the PDP from one faction, the other faction may go to court to say that the process that throw you up as a candidate was faulty. So they might. So it really is very dicey for the PDP. But we hope that they'll be able to find their way around the turns. Come out of it. But it will be. Wike is not even, as far as Wike is concerned, is the only presidential candidate for 2027 is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So as far as it's concerned, he doesn't even believe that.
And that is the reason
PDP should produce
why PDP must die. That is the reason he will not allow that party
to have peace.
Okay, thank you. We've got a short break now. When we come back, we will look at the adoption of the schoolgirls in the Kebbi State. Welcome back. You are still watching the Business Day Television Roundtable, where we take up issues in our polity and break them down to your understanding. We still have in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Akomo. Then, of course, we also have still also in the studio the assistant editor here, Business Day, Chukwuroko. Gentlemen, yesterday, something very disturbing, again, happened in our country. We saw this first in 2014 when the Chibok girls, were adopted. That was in Borno State, and then of course we thought that was it. And of course, it was on the basis of that, adoption of the, on and all the noise that that trailed it. One of the reasons why Jonathan, former President Goodluck Jonathan, actually, lost the election, because everybody, got involved, including the President of the United States and his wife, Barack Obama. To the extent that we could see all the, the noise around the world, bring back our girls. It was such a very, I don't know, it was such a very disturbing moment for us in Nigeria. And of course, the president at that time, Goodluck Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan went ahead, contested the 2015 election and lost. But we thought that was the end. Only for us, again, in 2018, after Buhari won that election, the late former President Buhari won that election. We saw again in 2018 when over 100, right?
Yes.
Were adopted here in the Dapchi in the Yobe State. And of course, there have been series of adoptions again and again. Of course,
in Zamfara and all that.
Yeah, in Zamfara. But again, this is again Bola Ahmed Tinubu, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We're also seeing this. So it has become a trend. And, it's so disturbing. Again, I also noticed that a lot of times, usually, the girls are the ones they go for. I mean, is there any particular reason for this? I don't know. So, but is it maybe people make more noise when it is when women, and I don't know really. But I'm going to start with you, Chuka. When you heard about this, what was the immediate thing that came across your mind?
Thank you very much, Joshua. When this incident broke out, the news broke out of this incident, I think the immediate thought that came to me was that we're not yet out of the woods. In spite of all the noise, in spite of all the investments being made in fighting insecurity in the country. And then I also thought that terrorism has gone beyond what it is in other countries in this climate. That here in Nigeria, terrorism we have become a merchandise in the sense that people are now more interested in what they get in terms of a ransom than the original intent of engaging in terrorism. So when they go for girls, as you just rightly pointed out in your remarks, it means because it will score more sympathy. People say, oh, these women, what happens to them? When you take away young women, people begin to imagine a lot of things, their hygiene, their safety, a lot of things going to thinking about women. Unlike if it were boys, say those ones can survive even 1 week without taking a bath and all that. So, but I do believe that these terrorists think that once you carry women, efforts will be made faster
to provide the ransom,
to seek their release.
Yes.
And then they make money fast, and that's why they take many of them. When they want to take, they take many of them. Then you feel 25 at a go. They may decide, and
unfortunately, the vice principal of the school was killed.
No, that's why it's normal with terrorists, because they have to create fear first. Everybody will now start running for safety, and then they do what they want to do. So taking these innocent girls, quite unfortunate, and the reaction from the government especially from the federal government, doesn't excite anybody. What the president have been able to say is that you are giving order, make sure you rescue these people. Then after the presidential order, getting to 24 hours now, no, I have not heard any positive result or news that these guys have been found or they have been released. And you find that at the end of the day, government to maintain its to remain relevant, that is, people will not criticize it, may go at the back, pay ransom, and come out to tell the world that, oh, they were just the police just went and carried them without any resistance.
Okay, Chuka.
So for me, it is merchandise.
Yeah, but there's something that is quite disturbing for me. When President Donald Trump issued that threat and then telling the Nigerian government to stop the genocide against Christians. There was something that we as Nigerians really, even as a nation and even as a people, one of the things that we said very clearly, look, Nigeria is a sovereign state, and that Trump cannot just issue a threat to a sovereign state. Nigeria is a sovereign state, just like the United States of America, and that as a president of the United States, you can't just issue a threat, against a threat to another sovereign nation. That we can handle our case by ourselves. But there's the stopping thing here, and of course we all know, and like I've always said, the primary responsibility, function of the government is to protect lives and property of the citizens. This sovereign state as a nation, we seems to be failing in this very, very important responsibility of government, such that bandits, terrorists, whatever you call them, can just go to anywhere and adopt people, kill people, do whatsoever. Have we lost our sovereignty as a nation to protect the citizens of this country?
Thank you, Josh. What has really emerged here is that our security architecture and the prowess may not be up to the point that we need to combat this. Last Sunday we laid our paper with what we call ungoverned areas. The trouble that Nigeria is going through by virtue of this, there are too many ungoverned areas in Nigeria. And nobody knows where this school was located. There are many places that there is no presence of government, no policeman. You will not see a policeman. You will travel kilometers in between states. Yet, you will not see any security personnel on the road, let alone in that community. So it is easy for bandits, for Boko Haram to overrun such places. And so if you are talking about being a sovereign state, you should be able to secure your territory. But we are not securing our territory. We hear how bandits, hundreds of them, will run on motorbikes. Nobody, they will not see one security person, no interception. So they will run and go to their target and operate safely and return safely. That is the problem we have. And this is not the first. And God helping us, we hope and we believe that this may be the last. But Donald Trump made a very valid point that Nigeria needs help. And we need help until we begin to come down from our high horse and accept that we have not the capacity to combat these things. Because if all that we are saying is about protecting ourselves verbally, and we are not doing the deeds, what is expected of us, we cannot stop insecurity by word of mouth. There must be boot on the ground to do these things. There must be action. And I expect that the federal government, the military, and all the categories of the security will begin to do something more than just talking. Because you can't tell me that 25 schoolgirls, when this thing happened in 2024,
In 2014.
In 2014.
Yeah, the first one.
Lai Mohammed then, who, when they were planning to take over government, I interviewed him. He said it didn't happen, that it was a gambit by the then sitting government to hoodwink the whole world. How is it that over 200 and something people, school girls, do I know the hygienic implication of the thing? That in fact, out of 280 of them, that about 10, 20 of them will be on their distant terms. And who will be providing that? But it happened that those things happen. And it has been happening over and over again, even under the APC government. So nobody is blaming anybody for not being in it, but let people not say that what is happening in the country is not real. Let us come clean. Let us say the truth. Where we need help, let us say we need help. So if there is any need for mercenaries, we should
go for it.
Go for it. Because what is happening, if it does not happen to you directly, you will think that you will not feel the pain. There are some parents there whose 2 or 3 children were involved. You put yourself in their shoes and know how it pains and how it pinches. So I am here saying that the government of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should do more than he's doing. And we must not continue to talk without action. Let them walk the talk. It's unfortunate. That
we must not continue to talk.
And then we use this opportunity also to sympathize with the parents, the community, the schools, that this misfortune has befallen at this material point in time.
Thank you. But you made a statement. We must not continue to talk without action. Right? Chuka, what immediate action do you think that the government should take right now?
It is expected that government should be ready at any point in time to protect the citizens. And if the government is really, given the kind of investment we are told the government is making in fighting terrorism, this is the time to mobilize the troops and go after these terrorists and get the release of these children, so that everybody will have his peace, especially the parents of those children who were adopted. So the immediate action the government should take is to ensure that these children are released. And the way to go is to set forces in place, let there be action from those who are saddled with the responsibility of protecting the citizens.
Let me, before you round off, I know we are already out of time. Government should have that political will to punish those who are fanning the embers of this insecurity, no matter how highly they are placed. For instance, I don't see any reason that Sheikh Gumi will be making inflammatory statements, and the government is just looking at him. He's a Nigerian, he's a citizen, and he's not above the law. The government should go after him, because recently he said that the Christian people were burying empty coffins. Can you imagine how someone...
Very insensitive.
That is insulting and very insensitive also. So government should go all out to clamp down on those who are sponsoring this insecurity, for that matter. So nobody is above the government. So if they continue to treat them with kid gloves, these things will continue to fester.
All right, thank you so very much, gentlemen. I think we cannot say that loud enough. Government should do whatever it is that they can do to immediately ensure the release of these girls that have been adopted by the bandit. And of course, again, like you said, Zeb, those who are making inflammatory statements that are further worsening the situation in the country, I think the government should go after them. Nobody should be above the law, no matter how highly placed. I don't, like you said, I really don't see any reason why Sheikh Gumi will be making statements. And the government is just behaving as if
he's above
this
the
is a
law.
man that even in Saudi Arabia is not allowed in. But in Nigeria, the guy is
it's all over. It's a law on himself.
Yes, you can't be alone to yourself. It's as if governments are afraid and it's untouchable. I mean, for those who are making the situation worse. I think that it's time that the government should take immediate action to ensuring that we don't continue in this mess. Well, thank you so very much, gentlemen, and thank you, viewers, for staying tuned. This is where we draw the curtain for today. Until we come again next week, please keep watching Business Day Television. My name is